So ready for these whispers. Let's do this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the further tales of the intrepid crew of the Berezaya Argia. Let's see. When last we left off, the crew have noting and the loss of Narashti, gathered up their wits, so to speak, and steeled their hearts, and then headed over to Sharn for what can only be described as not a shopping episode, but the shopping episode.
Very quintessentially the shopping episode. I bought a fucking house.
No. You didn't buy a house. You bought a fucking estate that floats in the sky.
Mm-hmm. And commissioned a tower for Zaya.
And commissioned a tower so that Zaya can dock to it.
So not a house,
Fine.
the house.
Yeah. So not only was it the shopping episode, I purchased the house.
I am now going into Sharn and buying the biggest plaque that just says the house. It is now the house.
After much kidding out of crew and kind, you had all and Gavin financing a fucking house. You had returned back to Zaya from your shopping episode, and where Amaya was greeted with a telepathic call from what seemed to be her father, stating, "We need to talk." And that's where we're going to pick it up, right there. If I recall, your passive perception is pretty decent, right?
Yes, my passive perception is 19.
So you do see your father as you you scan the locales of Sharn, but you do see your father kind of hiding in the shadows. It is evening time, but there are plenty of being that Sharn is the city that doesn't sleep as far as in the D&D world. There's plenty of lanterns and glow orbs and whatnot to keep things lit up, but you do see him sort of standing off in the shadows.
So are we still kind of in Sharn proper at this point?
You are actually you're at the basically everyone's returning to Zaya, so this is kind of where your right sorry, brain fart. So this is as everybody's more or less boarding Zaya at this point. So you see him. He's on one of the bridges, kind of overlooking this section. Maybe about 30 feet up or so.
Okay. Would I still be within range of him if I got on Zaya and was like maybe at the edge of?
Yes, as long as you probably stayed near the boarding ramp-ish area, you'd probably be okay. If you went too far up to like the bow or the back of the ship, then maybe it would be far enough away. Well, although you've got 110 feet?
I think so. I think it's 10 feet per level.
So you would, truthfully, you'd probably be fine most anywhere on Zaya.
Okay. So, in kind of mid-step, when she gets the message, she kind of stops short. Her eyes go wide and her eyes start glowing. And then after just a beat, she closes her eyes again, takes a deep breath, opens her eyes again, and they're back to the normal, barely any glow at all. And then she kind of keeps moving forward as if she had never stopped moving at all. And kind of back towards Zion, looking like she's busying herself with stuff.
Okay.
She takes a minute to think about her response. And then she will mentally say back, "You have some nerve calling me that, Valdraya. I stopped being your daughter the day I left home, remember? What do you want? I'm busy."
They are hunting you. And you are out here in the open with the child.
When are they not hunting
You
me?
say I have some nerve? Do you even understand what responsibility is?
I understand responsibility better than you ever did.
I'm sorry, I'm just enjoying the look of Ember and Rhiannon there as we it's just delightful.
Yup.
Some nerve talking to Amaya like that. Jeez.
Oh my god, I'm dying!
All right. Choke down the chai. All right, moving on. All right. You were attacked. You were attacked by them here in Sharn. And you came back when the child was in danger. You know their presence is felt here already, and they are making moves. Moves that we're only beginning to fathom.
We've been attacked in several places by several individuals, and we've been just fine so far. If this is some sick way of offering your help, we don't need it.
Are you truly so selfish that do you understand what this child means for our people? And you think you're the best to protect her?
I know all she means to you is another weapon to put in your arsenal. And I will never allow her to be that.
How dare you?
How dare I? How dare you?
She is the future of our people.
And you will have no part in that.
You need to leave Sharn. You need to leave Sharn before they come for you, as I know they will.
We will leave Sharn when we decide to leave Sharn. If anyone, you or otherwise, comes to get in our way, I will make them regret ever being born.
You always were stubborn. Here's hope that your stubbornness doesn't get the future of our race killed.
As if you care about any of our lives.
I see you still have learned so very little.
At least at some point, I learned how to love.
You put that out there, but as you kind of look up, you see that he's gone. Like, he probably left before he heard you say that. Or think it.
God, I hate this asshole, and I don't even know that happened.
Because fuck that guy.
Damn it, where's the sign when you need it?
Brian's the one who had the sign.
Oh no!
Yes, I'm the one that has the sign.
You know what? But I'm the one that has the power to put it up on stream, god damn it, so that's happening.
I feel like it needs to.
It needs
Can
to be
I-
emote.
I tried. They won't let me do it. Twitch won't let me do it.
They won't, because you can use emotes in other people's streams.
Right.
Yeah.
Although I wonder if I can make it a subscriber-only one. I'll play with it.
You
Continue.
could.
Meanwhile, the rest of you, you all board the ship, going over your bits of precious that you have purchased, and as well as your shiny new things and whatnot. Gavin, where do you go?
I don't know. What was I just doing? Was I just finishing up the house? What was I?
Yeah. I mean, you've probably got like a little folio with like the deed and all that kind of stuff, and whatever other contractual papers as far as getting the airship tower, the docking tower, all of that set up.
Then I'm probably going to stop once again at the. I was going to say Abadar, but that's not right. Kandarik Bank. I've been in Galarian for so long.
Sure.
But I'm going to stop at the bank, Kandarik Bank, and I'm going to basically put that stuff in like a safety deposit box.
Okay.
Just so it is reasonably safe. And then probably just head back to Zaya at that point.
Okay. Let me. Sorry, I gotta do one real thing quick here.
As opposed to all the fake things that we've been doing all morning. Sorry.
Do we now need to hire staff?
We do need to hire staff, but I threw an extra 4K at the situation so we'd have that.
Yay.
So as you're coming out of the bank, you actually see Rhiannon is kind of standing out there waiting for you.
Okay. Walk up to her. Hi.
Hey there.
How you doing?
I'm good. We need to go talk.
Okay, where do you want to go?
And you see she looks around for a moment and then kind of tilts her head towards a cafe not too terribly far away.
Okay. Go to the cafe.
And she leads you to kind of one of the back booths or whatever, kind of more, definitely getting a sense a little bit more secluded than where you're at.
Sure.
And she sits down, and you sit down, and then in a very un-Rhiannon voice, but very Rhiannon body, you hear, "Good job with the dragons. I need you to get the hell out of Sharn."
Why?
I don't know, and that's what concerns me. Look, okay, so I'm going to lay it out solid with you. What you did with the dragons was great. Honestly, we're too busy with the war right now, did not see that coming. And we appreciate everything you did for that. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, to me, your debt would be repaid. But with everything that's going on right now, there's a push to get the airships back and to, you don't need to. I don't need to necessarily go into all the details, but obviously, war is chaos. But I feel my gut is telling me in my 30 years of doing this that someone is pushing the strings on this, pulling, manipulating this. And I fear they're coming after and they're coming after airships.
That's not going to go good.
No.
Do you have any suggestions as to where we might go? Or is this more of a what you don't know, you can't tell?
Well, let's put it to you this way. Certain people have been pushing for events to happen in this war. Events that you would not normally see coming. House Tarkanan coming out of the shadows. And quite frankly, joining the war effort with those disaffected Dragonmarked is just one example.
I mean, the fact that the Dragonmarked houses even joined the war effort in the first place, or have they not yet?
The Dragonmarked houses haven't, but the Tarkanan made the bid to those disaffected youths to come join them, and so House Tarkanan is very much joining the war. So it could be argued that that is eventually going to cause the other Dragonmarked houses to come in kicking and screaming, which is chaos. More chaos than it should be. I mean, we've seen all sorts of ploys with the last war, but this is on a whole different level. And then the theft of all the airships, the coordinated attack.
I mean, if the Dragonmarked houses get involved, there's literally nowhere we can go.
Well,
I mean, unless we're talking Arganessen, which, after what I just went through, I'm not sure we want to do.
But here's the thing. The Dragonmarked houses are just a part of whatever is manipulating this. The Lord of Blades has been deposed.
The who, what, and the what?
Yeah, it's not really something that's common knowledge, so keep this to yourself, but the Lord of Blades no longer runs his little faction Warforged.
So they're gone, or somebody took his place?
We don't know, and that's what scares us. That's what scares me.
God damn it. You know I didn't want to be involved in this whole fucking thing.
Well, and that's why I'm suggesting get out.
Okay.
And get out now, because I fear that there are elements inside of my government that I can't control that would do whatever it takes to get a hold of your airship. Since it doesn't rely on the...
It's exactly what I was fucking worried about. Alright.
It doesn't rely on the Dragonmarks to fly.
There is an estate in the Skyway that I just fucking purchased.
Congratulations.
Well, I'm leaving, so use it for whatever you need to use it for.
I'll make sure it doesn't go into receivership. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, do that, but also, I mean, use it, because it's there. You might as well.
Look, I came to you because, again, with everything that you and your group have accomplished, taking care of the threat in Kabara, well, I felt that it required a personal touch, so I wanted to give you a heads up.
Do you have any proof or anything that I can bring to the rest of the crew that somebody might be making a play for the ship?
Officially, no, but the fact that you've been here for a full day means whatever play is going to be made will probably happen soon.
Okay. I'm out.
really give you much more than that because I'm still trying to figure out the threads. But whoever's doing this, they're good.
Looking to the inspired, then I get up and walk away.
Okay.
And I will make a hasty but controlled return to Zaya.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and once I'm there, I'll kind of see if I can grab everybody.
All right, hold on a second.
Oh, that sound was on your end. Okay. What is happening in my house?
I just saw a message that I was kind of echoey, so I just wanted to make sure.
No, that was on my end. I need to wear headphones. So when we're not focused on me, I will be making the switch.
Okay. So for the rest of you, you've returned back to the ship.
Is Amaya acting weird at all, or is Amaya?
Go ahead and make an
insight check.
Insight check, yeah. You Madani investigator, you.
Don't mind if I do.
So with the Sybaris mark.
Yes.
What is all going into this roll? Just for those of us that.
Well, per
so
what you gave me, so I already get a D4 on insight and investigation. The Sybaris mark, I believe you said, only gives me advantage on investigation checks.
Okay.
So it is just a D4 plus my insight, which is a +6. So I am at a 25.
Yeah. Well, Amaya, how would you describe your demeanor as you kind of are sitting there having the conversation that you had with your...
Sure. I would say that kind of at first glance, nothing really seems out of the ordinary with Amaya, but as you kind of squint at it a little bit harder, you realize that as she's kind of going around and doing things that she normally does, she's doing things that don't actually need to be done. Like she's redoing things that are already done, or, doing something but very clearly not super focused on it. She's going through the motions.
Okay. Yeah, Rhiannon would approach and just kind of like watch for a second. Amaya, are you okay? You seem a little distracted. That's like the third time you've tied that knot.
Well, I thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Just something came to mind that I had not thought of in many years, and it was just unexpected.
Okay. If you need to talk about it.
Thank you. If I need any help with any of it, I promise I will let you know.
Okay. I won't pry, but I'm definitely watching. I'm definitely watching her closely.
Okay.
Amaya's not one to pry into. For Rhiannon. Ember would probably have better success at that than Rhiannon would.
Yeah. Ember, you returning from shopping as well? Is there anything you were doing?
don't think I really got anything. Shopping wise. I sent money with Kira.
Right. But that was before you even got to Sharn, though. That was
that was before we even got to Sharn. I don't think I really.
okay.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I don't really have anything. So truthfully, I probably was just tagging along.
You see, the goblins are pretty much on the deck. Like all of their leather armor now is like this slick, stylized, like black leather armor that's like all like nice and pretty, and like you see their shields have little glowing sigils on them every once in a while.
Hold on 1 second, you guys. Okay, why is this being stupid?
Sound.
Checking. Say something, guys.
Check.
Something, guys.
All right.
Yeah, we got it. It's back.
Okay. Okay, that works. Cool. All right, proceed.
All right.
Fucking Wanda.
And Wanda, admittedly, because it was a raised dead spell, right?
Yeah.
So I believe that gives like a -4 or something that Wanda has to like slowly work off, I think. Because I remember, didn't we get Barca with that too?
Yeah, it's something like that.
It's not
There was
a
some
negative.
Sort of, I thought there was some sort of penalty.
There's some sort of
until they sleep, but
there's some sort of penalty that goes away 1 per long rest, basically.
Yeah, -4, and it every time it finishes a long rest, the -1 goes. So after
Wanda's
4 days,
a little clumsier, but with some of it, but
come on, Wanda.
But she keeps at it. She wants to make Mama happy.
I mean, I have a passive perception of 17. Do I notice anything askew?
With Wanda?
No, with anything on the deck.
So I'd say this much. You see Rhiannon kind of keeping a concerned eye on Amaya. You see Amaya is busy doing
ship things.
And of course you see the goblins practicing and whatnot. I would say you also see and we'll say at this point you see Gavin kind of approaching in a I don't know, Gavin, would you say are you running or just speed walking, kind of like, are you just moving with intent? Like, what would you say you're kind of doing?
Mall power walk.
Yes, full-on mall power walking.
Okay. So you see Gavin doing that as he boards the ship. followed shortly enough by Argentia, who lands down upon the deck. Don't really know where they went off to, but must have been someplace where there was a mountain goat. As you see, they start to tear into a mountain goat that is
Nice.
hanging limply in their jaws. So
Sure. And everybody's accounted for?
yeah, everybody.
Okay.
Everybody but Narashi. I mean,
yeah, I'm
Why
a
you gotta
little
be like
I'm a
that,
little over paranoid right now
because I'm mean. I'm the game master. I get to be mean. It's part of my job.
Rude. It's rude day to day.
Yeah. Okay.
At any rate, but yeah, everybody is on board the ship.
Okay. No, I'll probably just talk to Zaya.
Okay.
And just like do our stupid play child games and whatnot. Maybe do a round of tag.
Nice.
That's it. We'll do tag with the goblins.
Okay.
Wanda, I swear to God.
What?
Tag! Rock!
No, I'm trying, boss. I'm trying.
Playing a little game of whack fuck here.
Whack fuck.
Whack fuck! Anybody that spends any time on TikTok knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, Gavin's gonna get on the ship and, like, kind of look around and find Rhiannon.
Yes?
And here's the thing, Gavin. The person you spoke with is wearing the exact same outfit. Like, down to the little, like, one little strand of hair that's maybe hanging just a little bit out of place that you, like, the amount of detail is a little disturbing now that you kind of see Rhiannon.
He walks up to her and leans in and whispers in her ear a question only she can answer, which probably is not suitable for public consumption.
She looks at him very confused for a second.
And he's, like, dead serious. Like, there's no, like, her passive insight would see that he's completely serious.
She would answer correctly.
All right.
What is going on with you?
And it's, honestly, it's probably, what's our safe word?
Meatloaf! Meatloaf!
Because, you know, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that.
But I won't do that.
Yeah.
I won't do that.
Anyway.
Long-standing joke. Yes.
We need to go. Like, leave Sharn.
What?
We need to go, like, today. Like, now.
What happened? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. Oh, for once. I'd rather only explain this the once. Can we get everybody together?
Yeah. Amaya was acting funny, by the way. She says she's fine, but she's definitely not fine.
Yeah, but Mom will tell us when she's ready.
Fair. Sure, yeah.
So Gavin then turns and just kind of yells to the ship in general, "Family meeting! Family meeting, everybody!"
Okay, as you turn, you literally see Ember with her hand raised back, ready to hit you, because I rolled a 9 for stealth.
Can I help you?
Family meeting?
Why are we hitting me? I'm not...
Family meeting.
Maya will walk over.
I just stomp down.
Gavin is genuinely confused. Right. Okay, so I've told you all that I have connections with the Dark Lanterns. My connection contacted me today while I was out, and the concern that I had voiced when we initially decided to come to Sharn that somebody might try to seize Zaya is apparently a thing. And he had advised that we leave Sharn, like now.
Yeah.
Maya kind of squints a little bit and looks a little suspiciously over at Gavin. How sure are you that this contact of yours was, in fact, your contact?
Because it was Rhiannon.
That does not answer my question.
Okay.
Nope. That actually raises more questions.
Anyone with a disguised self spell could be Rhiannon. How do you know this contact of yours was your contact?
I suppose I don't 100%, but...
I pull out the Wand of Sending and hand it to Gavin. You could check. Because it'd only go to your contact, yeah?
Theoretically. I cast Sending to Jasper.
Okay.
If you
And
can,
what do you say?
have him tell you where he got this information as well.
Okay. Jasper, in keeping with my training, please verify that we met this afternoon and you passed along information regarding an imminent attack on my ship. How many do I have left?
None.
That's it.
That's 25? Okay.
You are very succinct. A moment later, you hear, yes, and you need to hurry. They're coming.
It was him. They're coming. We can ask him where he got his information later. If he says they're coming, they're coming.
And actually, as you say that, you hear kind of a stomp on the deck as you see brain farting. God damn it! You see Kaladin like, guys, there's some soldiers coming our way.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Just
Maya.
heads up.
Maya softly swears and then starts going about all everything that needs to do to shove off.
Okay. I mean, luckily, that is a ship, so it doesn't take a whole lot. And you start to head out, and sure enough, you see there was probably like a platoon of soldiers that were kind of marching in formation towards your dock, like you could see them on one of the bridges. However, as the ship starts to pull away, you see they go from the marching in order to sprinting like hell, as they're like shit, and but you are able to peel off without.
What kind of livery are they wearing? Are these like Sharn?
They are Brellish soldiers.
They're Brellish soldiers. Okay.
They are wearing the like tabards of the Brellish the Brayland military, Brellish military.
Okay.
All right. Once everything gets going, Amaya starts basically doubling up on all of the regularly scheduled watch shifts, so that there are always twice as many people as there normally would be actively keeping watch for things.
Okay. And the rest of you kind of notice as Maya kind of starts divvying out these tasks. Maya's going full on like kind of military mom mode at this point, as far as I mean, you've seen her stern, but this is like a whole other level.
She seems a weird combination of on edge and annoyed.
Hey, I'm gonna bite. There's a lot of fucking tension. What the fuck is happening?
Are you just addressing that to the group in general, or?
Yes.
I would like to know.
The Ember
also.
just stands in the middle and going, "What the shit is just happening?"
Also, it's a little disturbing that your friend is using my body apparently to contact you.
And
Rude.
very intimate detail.
He kind of,
Yeah.
Gavin kind of glances over at Rhiannon and says, there's a lot of things that can be said about him. Giving much worry to somebody's bodily autonomy is not one of them.
That's not comforting or helpful at all.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying. Anyway, that's a little far down on our list of priorities right now.
And he had to get your attention somehow.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not something he would do. Because it's 100% would be something that he would do.
He needed to get your attention quickly, so it's like, I'll be your girlfriend. All right. For as long as I need to get your attention. Anyway.
There was nothing like hinky about the soldiers, though. They looked like actual real.
They looked like Brellish soldiers.
Okay.
They were all armed the same. They had, from what you can see, they were kind of the Brellish foot soldiers. So they had, probably like chainmail, shields, sword at their hip, and a spear. Pretty standard footman type. I mean, I don't know how many of you actually have none of you have like the soldier background, do you?
Mm-mm.
So granted, you've all in some way or shape or form have been touched by the last war, so you seeing soldiers and stuff is not necessarily a new thing, so to speak, but yeah, they definitely seem to move like a military, that you could tell. For what that's worth.
Yeah.
For Maya's part, she's still just kind of going around doing things on the ship, looking equal parts on edge and annoyed. She's really not paying much attention to anything else at the moment.
So, kind of ignoring Ember's statement then?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay.
Fair. Whatever.
So I guess the question becomes then, other than, of course, leaving Sharn, where do you go?
I mean, I guess the most logical place would be somewhere like Stormreach, or if we wanted to go to Argonessen, but I don't know that that's.
I don't think. After what we just learned and did, and.
Yeah. I mean, we did fix their problem for them, so maybe it would be fine, but.
I generally wonder if dragons would care.
We pick a random destination. Not one based on any logic, completely at random.
Well, if soldiers are after us in Brayland, there's a good chance that soldiers will be after us in any major city on Corvair.
We need to leave anybody that's involved in the war on Corvair. That does not leave out other places in Corvair, but it limits our selection. I mean, Shadow Marches, Eldian Reaches, Demon Wastes, please no.
Maya grabs a long piece of paper and a pen and just starts writing out a list of like all of the different like cities and ports and locations that she can think of.
Yes.
And then once she's done, she basically hangs up this long sheet with all the different names, goes over to one of the goblins, blindfolds him and gives him a bow and arrow, and has them shoot an arrow at the list.
I'm gonna get shot.
No, someone's gonna die.
Like, she'll point the goblin in the right general direction and like
Ember
adjust
just
their,
goes
hands
down
left
into
and
her
right so
room
that
and
it's
gets a
at the
diamond out.
list.
You see, before you do that, you see Zaya actually kind of take her dryad form.
I mean, she was in her dryad form. We were playing tag.
Right. Although there were maybe a time or two where she may have cheated.
I knew it!
I love
Well,
it.
and unless the goblins were moving her out of port, she would have gone back into her ship form to get us out of
Well, yeah,
port
that's
there,
true.
because she can't. Yeah.
But realistically, even though she could cheat, you could easily go, okay, fine, tag. Like, in which case, then tag becomes really not that fun anymore, because she's like, okay, you're it. It's like, damn it. Like, you then have to start flying with your wings, and then it becomes this whole chaotic aerial acrobat thing, and yeah, anyway.
Yes, it does. Do we remember stop, drop, and roll?
Right, barrel roll. Anyway, no,
Everybody hang on.
That's why we got the coins.
But you see, she, you can kind of feel her presence, Maya, kind of come up behind you, and she's like, Mom?
Yes, dear.
Hydrate.
What's, like, I can tell you're well, I guess we can all tell you're upset, but I guess we know we're being chased. Maybe, I don't know. Narashti always talked about the mountains in Adar. I mean, it's a ways away, but there's more of our kind there.
That is true. And under normal circumstances, I would say that would be a fine choice of place to go. Right now, though, I'm worried that someone is trying to direct our actions. And the only way I can be certain that they're not getting us to go where they want us to go is to leave it up to chance.
Okay.
If things stay quiet and if there aren't any issues, then perhaps afterwards that's where we can go.
Just asking. Everybody still wants to fight for this plane of existence, yes?
I mean, we don't really have another plane to go to at this point.
I mean, I'm just saying there's other planes. Like, we could just nope out.
I don't want to do that.
I'm just throwing out the option because I'm just feeling like this whole whole planet is kind of gunning for us.
Well, we'll cross that interdimensional bridge when we come to it.
But I'm just saying, it could be now.
Do you have the ability to do that?
No. Not yet.
Neither can I.
But there's someone. There's things.
It would be a lot of people and items to move all at once.
I mean, what's the end goal here? Where do we want to establish? Are we going to be sticking together? Are we fighting for separate places? We got a lot of people gunning for us, and we have no idea what we're fighting for.
I have thoughts on that.
You do see Nikali raises his hand for what was like. I mean, if you wanted to try to get to another plane, you could go back to the Valley of the Weird. There might be a rift large enough for Zaya to get through.
Or that.
But where it would take us and whether or not we'd survive it is another story.
Again, there's your dartboard.
Wait.
I don't want to play
and admittedly,
darts.
Nikali, after he says that, he kind of looks at Rhiannon, who seemed against the whole planar thing, and then he just kind of goes back to working on
I'm
it.
not sure I want to play cosmic darts today.
I'm not against planar travel as a rule. I just would like to have some way to determine where we're going and make sure that we survive the trip.
Amaya goes back to aiming the goblin so it shoots an arrow in the right direction.
Amaya, a thought. Rather than, live weapons that could murder another of our goblins, why don't we take your paper and tear it into strips and pick a strip out of a hat?
And you see the goblins hear that and they start pouting because they loved the idea of shooting it with an arrow.
Of course they did.
They were all lined up. They have a really polite cue because we trained them manners.
Amaya is not getting this goblin ready to try to swing up at a pinata. She's not spinning the goblin around a whole bunch.
They're sitting.
She's cleared downrange. She's got the goblin lined up with the bow and arrow pointed at the sheet.
All the goblins are crisscross
so applesauce. How up and down it's pointing. That's it. It's pretty well controlled. Unless the goblin somehow manages to fire an arrow backwards.
Well, you say that.
And if they were a regular goblin, that may be a thing. But you guys have trained these goblins pretty damn well. They are very talented and trained crew members.
They have skills.
I've shared my concern. If you're comfortable with the risks, then you go for it. I'm going to stand back here.
I mean, I was ready to do interdimensional pinata, so.
Yeah. Amaya's clear downrange. The goblin is blindfolded, but she's moving its arms so that it will actually shoot at the parchment. But she's making very careful to only do left and right adjustments, nothing up and down. So where in the verticality of that list is all on the goblin's random up and down arms and how tight they pull the bowstring.
Oh my god.
So here's the deal, Amaya. Since I don't actually have a list of random places to go, I'm going to assume in the randomness that you get to pick where you want to go.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, way to go on that one. You thought of it.
Your fault.
Remember, the M in DM stands for mwahaha.
Thought it was murder, but okay.
Also that.
I mean, the language of the DM has a lot of nuance, a lot of interpretation. Yeah. So as you have the goblin choose randomly, where would you like to go?
That is a very good question.
Okay.
See if I
let's
can
put it
find.
to you
I
this
have-
way. Do you want to stay on the continent?
No preference.
Okay.
I have a list of places in Eberron pulled up. Roll a D100.
Perfect.
Oh, wow.
That's what I was looking for. D100. We've got 78.
That's gonna take me a minute.
Watch it.
Back to Sharn.
Watch it be Sharn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be somewhere close to Sharn, like next door.
And you know what? If it rolled Sharn, because Sharn's on the list, then we would just kind of keep hovering around Sharn for a while.
It's fair.
Because to Amaya, there's a chance that somebody just wants us to leave Sharn
Yeah.
and has orchestrated events to get us to leave Sharn.
Yeah.
We passed the Moorlands.
I'm at the point where I'm ready to nope out or just stand our ground and fucking fight it. He bought a house.
He bought the house.
The house. I have a plaque that is commissioned. We have to defend the house.
Oh, it's Droam.
Ugh.
Well, I mean, you've been there once before.
Yep.
Droam it is then.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we pass and roll again?
Well, and like
That's
having
not how that works.
I will say this from a metagame perspective. Having counted
No.
to 78 and only gotten to the DRs, a die 100 was probably not sufficient.
Well, we went past Mournlands, you said, right?
We went
Yeah.
past Seer. We went past Seer. CYRE. We went past Seer. Because Seer doesn't exist anymore. It's now the Mournland, which is why I said what I
Well,
said.
no.
But
It does exist, just in a ruinous, haunted, and horrible, mind-altering
It's
state.
there, just nobody wants to go there.
Is there a die you're supposed to roll first to determine which D100 table you roll on?
it's not a D100 table. I pulled up the wiki of all of the places on Eberron.
Oh.
I think that was your problem.
Yeah, probably so.
I mean, we could roll a second D100 and just add them.
But that rolls out all of the lower ones if you add.
Well, it rules out the very, very first
Very,
one.
very
Yeah,
low
it would
ones.
rule
But on
out
2D100,
the-
it's still possible to roll a 2.
Yeah, still.
We missed the first location.
So what's number one? Sharn? Number one is
Charmin
45.
Hilarious. That's
Add
78 plus
45.
45.
Yeah. I don't know.
start counting. Oh my god, it's gonna be 1 hour just to fucking pick.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So,
You thought
last
shopping
episode-
episodes were bad.
Last one was the shopping episode. This one
This
is the
is
mapping episode.
the mapping.
123, babe.
123. Thank you.
Oh my god. Keep going.
It's fine.
Keep on trucking. 48, 22, 3, 4, 8, 6, 8, 22.
Don't mess him up. He's gonna have to start over.
And what
I did
was
forget what
45?
number I'm counting to.
45.
123.
Here's
Okay.
the funny part.
123.
He could mute us.
He could mute you.
I have
Good.
kids. I'm used to doing complex math while they're in the room.
That's fair.
Oh, you guys. I tell you.
You love us.
I do.
Us and our ridiculousness.
Hmm.
Yep.
I don't know where the fuck this is.
Perfect.
Perfect. What is it?
Great.
It's in
That's-
Kabara.
In Kabara.
In
It's in
Kabara?
Kabara. Yep. Oh, no, I do know where this is. It's where we had our final battle.
Are you
Or-
gonna give us the?
It's
Is it the
it's
dragon throne place?
Throne thing.
The Throne of Dragons.
I mean, it's definitely considered out of the way.
Yep.
It has Coglin there.
Did we have anything left over in there that we could like
No, we grabbed everything. That was
take?
ours to
We
grab.
did.
Yeah, it was you pretty extensively looted their
He packaged it up nicely for us.
Yeah.
We stripped it to the floorboards.
Yeah, we did.
But he might have some information on who's hunting us and why.
I have theories. The issue that I'm running into, this is out of character. The issue that I'm running into is that I have some metagame knowledge, so I don't know if Gavin is actually smart enough to put some of this together, because we've had some hints at it, but yeah.
I mean, Rhiannon is smart enough to put it together if she has the pieces. I don't know that Rhiannon has the pieces. Rhiannon's been too focused on her mom that kind of anything else has been secondary. So if Gavin wants to go over said pieces with Rhiannon,
I do, but
I
Adam
feel
also
like-
wants
Or
to
the rest
grab-
of the group.
and the
Adam-
rest of the group,
also
I
wants
feel
to
like-
grab his food, so I'm going to step away. I can hear you, but
I feel like the DM would probably allow Rhiannon to make some sort of a roll to put things together. Right? Oh, great and generous DM who adores us and doesn't want us all to die. Probably.
Honestly,
Right.
I kind of like watching you squirm a little bit. So,
It
Where?
is Rude Day. Wow.
It's very rude day.
what? If I don't keep you hungry, then you won't enjoy the game. That's I'm just saying.
I mean,
so here
true, but if you're too hungry, you can't really enjoy anything.
in the trip to the door and back, I'm just going to lay out the facts as we know them
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
and stop.
are we
before
doing
drawing any
this-
conclusions? This will be in
Are
character.
we doing this in character? Are we having a family meeting?
Well,
You haven't
Are we-
stopped having a family meeting.
yeah,
quite frankly.
we're still in.
That's
I mean,
fair.
we did stop having a family meeting to get the fuck out of Sharn.
Yeah.
But I think we're once we figure out where the fuck we're going, which is Throne of Dragons. I
Okay.
can't remember what the fucking name is. Then we probably recongregate to have this conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just making sure that I am a part of the conversation.
Yes, everybody is going to be brought back together for this conversation. It is important to me. I mean, I'm bummed that Barca can't be here, but we will fill him in later.
And once we're
Okay.
en route to our randomly chosen destination, Amaya will return to the discussion.
Sure.
And I will not do this until everybody is back to be having part of this discussion. And it will include Kaladin and Nikali, and hopefully Nikali will kindly translate for Liddy.
Sure.
Because Liddy's common is getting better, but it's still not fluent.
He still needs a few weeks.
Okay. So here's the thing. We know a lot of different individuals having specifically to do with the Kalashtar want Zaya.
Mm.
The Kalashtar want Zaya and he kind of looks over to Maya to fight their war. I don't exactly know what that means, but the Kalashtar want Zaya for their reasons. The Inspired want Zaya for their reasons. We definitely don't want Zaya to go to the Inspired. I don't know how we feel about the Kalashtar, but I'm kind of getting the impression we don't really want to go to them.
It's complicated, I think.
Yes, that is a little bit more complicated. There are some among the Kalashtar who would understand the miracle that is Zaya and would not force a sentient being to be a mere tool or instrument of war. But there are other Kalashtar that have fewer scruples when it comes to their conflict with the Inspired. And whatever advantage they feel they can gain, they will take.
So, Rhiannon, can I see that wand of sending again?
Why?
I have a question I need Jasper to answer.
I hand over the wand.
Jasper. Jasper, I need you to verify something for me. Do you know who took the airships?
You have 10 words left if you need it.
Also, if you can, how many do I have left?
5.
5.
5, I think. Yeah. No.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, 5.
Who gave orders to take Zaya?
Okay. Lazar pirates took airships, but way too coordinated for just them. Trying to get more information.
And after I'm sure he's done, I will hand the wand back to Rhiannon.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what last little thing he might say. Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
What does this have to do with the war and...
That's just it. When we heard that they took the airships, I assumed it had to do with the war. But it didn't.
I think it had to do with Zaya.
And just to let you know, like, most of the newspapers and rags have talking about how these, are usually kind of spinning it like these roguish princes, which are actually pirates, use the distraction of the war to conveniently basically took the opportunity that was given to them, that kind of thing. Like, that's how it's kind of being played up as far as the newspapers.
Common.
Then I will rescind my last comment, because that would have been knowledge that I had. So here's the thing. We know the Inspired are after Zaya in a big way. We know they have the capability of dominating the minds of individuals. We know that the Laser Princes, based on the information that I just got, coordinated an attack on multiple different cities, which is not a thing that they are really capable of doing, whereas the Inspired are. If you have the capability of taking over somebody's mind, if you have a group of people, for example, that may be a little more morally gray, a little bit harder, easier to coerce, like a pirate, how hard is it to take over multiple different... Because he looks over to Maya. The impression that I have of the Inspired is that it's this massive group, organization, people, I don't even know.
I mean, here's what you would know. The Inspired are basically a nation that take up the majority of the continent of Sarlona.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe their country is referred to as Sarlona, but not the entire continent isn't necessarily their territory. There are other, at least from outside sources, recognized countries or regions that are not under the direct control of the Inspired, but the majority of the continent is.
I think there's
So-
like only 2 ports that are not controlled by the Inspired over there.
So Zaya represents to both the Kalashtar and the Inspired literally the future of their entire existence. How big would you go to track that down and secure it?
Right.
Do you think they're causing the war also?
I don't know. I mean
Cause more
that
chaos?
it's
I wouldn't put
possible
it past them.
they might be taking an existing situation and exacerbating it so they can take advantage of the distraction that the war is causing. I don't know. Like there's too many variables there for me to put that together. What I am saying is I think our enemy, I mean, and it's always been the case, but I think Jasper said that there's some kind of guiding force behind all of these strings that are being pulled. And I think it's the Inspired.
Or the Kalashtar. Or a little of both.
I want to assume some good intentions here, but
Well, Amaya mentioned that there are some Kalashtar with fewer scruples. I'm certainly
There
not
are
casting aspersion on all Kalashtar, but
there are absolutely Kalashtar that would be capable of and fully willing to do this much and more if it meant getting their hands on her.
so let's go forward assuming it's one of those two. Unless you guys can think of another reason why it might be literally anybody else.
that makes our job a lot more difficult.
But also simplifies things in a lot of
Does
ways.
it?
If we know who our enemy is, we know what to not do.
But we don't know who our enemy is. If the Inspired can take people over at a whim, it could be anyone.
I think my
Well,
point
That
is...
is
And I mean, you guys have seen firsthand the quarry spirit possess a host. You saw it with Anya.
Mhm. And that is why I insisted on a random destination. If we don't know who it is that's pulling the strings or what it is they're expecting to do, what they've orchestrated, and what was an unintentional consequence, we don't know where they want us to be. So the only safe option is to not base it on any logic they could try to predict.
So Hakatorvac is probably not where we want to go. Because we've been there.
Saying that we should go somewhere completely new.
I had thought of that possibility as well, but if they expected us to cross everywhere we've ever been off the list before we picked, that in itself is basing our destination off of some bit of logic.
It is, but there's also a bit of... There's also some crossover, right? Like, Hakatorvac is, at this point, a safe place. We have an ally there, who's a giant fucking dragon, by the way. Going to ground in a place where it is obviously safe to go to, or at least we think it is safe to go to ground, I don't think is our best option. I will also point out, just in the interests of previous suggestions, if it is the Inspired or the Kalashtar, I don't know that planar travel is going to keep us any safer.
Yeah, but it eliminates some enemies. It narrows it down. But that's just my thinking. Because we have a lot more than just them.
Yeah. Well, any country we go to in Corvair that is part of the war is probably going to try to seize Zaya, which, while I'm certain we could defend the ship, I'm not concerned about that. Having the ire of an entire nation down on our heads is not something we need to add to the list of shit that we need to deal with.
Which we kind of do with the Inspired and Kalashtar coming
Additional
after us.
nations. But yes.
Which is why I still broach the subject. Is this land really worth it?
We don't really have the capability of going elsewhere at this point. So until that is a viable option, I don't know that that's one we should even try to entertain. I don't really want to go back to the Valley of the Weird. That's handing a bow to a goblin and spinning him in circles.
And you see Nikali's like, admittedly, I do not want to go back there either. I only offered it as a potential
We could
option
try
to do what Ember had suggested. A dangerous option, no doubt, but
we could potentially try to find someone. I feel like we're all backing up into a corner, but all of us are backing up into separate corners. And we're going to get taken out.
There can be any number of logical arguments that can be made for or against different places.
Yeah.
Going to a place that seems safe to us sure is more predictable, but if they are expecting us to not go somewhere safe, thinking that that will be predictable, suddenly the less predictable places become more dangerous. There is a very good reason why I chose completely random with everything on the table. It is the best way to ensure that whatever it is they've predicted we will do, we will not.
Okay, I still think it's a bad idea, but it's your ship, so.
I don't know that there's any good idea at this point. I think
that's the whole point. It's not.
And we deal with the consequences. I don't think we should stay in one place for too terribly long.
Agreed.
But
Member is right. There is no good idea here. This is just the best I can come up with to be the least bad idea.
Right, so we just go from place to place to place until we figure out what we're doing?
Pretty much. Which is
not
basically what
different.
Our original plan was.
Not too terribly much different than what we've been doing lately.
You know, my life was a lot simpler when I was just on the run from the Dark Lanterns.
Yeah, mine was simpler, hiding in the barn and screwing the farmhand, but, things change.
Things change.
All right.
So I guess we're going to Hakatorvak.
okay.
That place.
In fact, we were already en route there.
And funny enough, is only about like a day or so of travel.
Cool.
I'm not nervous at Brian writing things down over there.
Nope, not at all.
No, it's fine.
I'm just writing it on the calendar.
Okay.
That
was not the piece of paper you were writing on.
Yes, it was. There's a calendar.
We're suspicious, okay? It's your fault.
Where's the other piece of paper I saw you had? I'm watching.
I have my food. I'm going to eat, but I'm going to go do it off camera. So I'm still here. I can still hear you all.
That's
okay.
Fair. Well, tell you what, actually, I realized we started a little bit later, getting everything set up again for a live stream. I actually do need to run to the bathroom, so how about we do take like a 10-minute break? If we can try to get back in 10 minutes as opposed to our usual 10-ish minutes, but like,
Okay, so 250.
Yeah.
Mhm.
250.
yeah, if we can aim
Got
for
it.
250-ish.
Done.
Sounds
good.
good.
Okay.
We'll be
Then,
back in
we will
10.
be back in just a moment.
I'm going to probably run an ad, but y'all should just get up and pee and then come back.
Yeah.
So, we'll be back. Boom.
Welcome
We're
back,
good.
everybody. So with the discussions and everything that are had, at least for the short term until you can kind of figure out what next best to do, you guys are heading in a sort of easterly direction, at least somewhat sort of back to Kabara.
Yes.
Okay.
We are definitely heading at this point, to Hekatorvac.
Okay. So, Amaya, you did mention kind of doubling up on shifts and whatnot.
Yes.
How do you want to set that up? Now, you know with Nikali and with Kaladin that they only need 4 hours of rest, which is why they usually do the night shifts.
Sure.
Yeah, Mom, how are you divvying up the chores?
I mean, effectively, I don't know exactly how the schedule will be set up right now, but assuming that everybody's got one shift, everybody now has 2 shifts, and it's kind of staggered and rotated who is paired up with whom on the watch.
8 on, 8 off.
Okay. So, I guess who would you like paired up with whom, for lack of a better term?
Truthfully, Maya probably is going with that theory of randomness, and it's just kind of a rotating, like whatever the normal cycle is still going for the first shift.
Okay.
And then she'll just randomly roll dice or pull names out of a hat to figure out what the order is going to be for the next day on the second.
Do
set of
have
shifts.
one thing. I would make sure that there was always somebody with dark vision. Because we've got some humans.
Yeah, on a night shift, yeah.
Yeah. We got some humans.
Sure.
I mean, Gavin would for sure take night. He would stick to night shifts. He's got really good dark vision. Not a great perception, but good dark vision.
Ember's totes a night person.
I was gonna say Rhiannon also has really good dark vision and good perception, so.
Okay, well then that makes ultimately 5 of you counting. Well, 6 of you counting Argentia, Kaladin, and Nikali, as far as to kind of change it up a little bit.
Technically, Barca.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Barca has dark vision.
I think he does.
He does not, in fact, have dark vision.
Oh.
We've had this issue before.
Okay.
Usually Riri leads him around.
That's right. So, but still, with 7 of you to rotate with a little bit, you definitely...
Yeah.
You have the numbers.
And Amaya is more or less, whenever she's not officially on shift, is still trying to be kind of on shift when she's not sleeping.
Okay.
Truthfully, I think Ember would probably hang out upper deck too.
Oh man, pardon me.
I think Amaya's probably going to also start setting up some pretty regular, like, security sweeps, like sending people through the decks of Zaya looking for anybody or anything that's not supposed to be there.
Okay.
I think Gavin might
I know
also
Zaya's
suggest...
got a pretty good feel for that already, but...
Yeah. I think Gavin might suggest establishing, like, code words for everybody.
Yeah.
A la Harry Potter. All right, everybody, what's your safe word?
Oh. I mean, I will point out, if an inspired gets into somebody's head, wouldn't they have access to that information anyway?
Technically.
Actually, I don't know. Do they have access to that information?
You don't know.
I would assume.
Does Amaya know?
Amaya?
Amaya would.
Considering
Amaya
her
might.
background?
Amaya, go ahead and make a Arcana roll.
Oh, that was almost a good roll. 7.
Admittedly, you're not 100% certain. I mean, they are masters of kind of manipulation, and but you're uncertain whether or not they can, or if they're just adept enough and clever enough to fake it till they make it, so to speak.
Didn't we have this conversation? Or am I thinking about it about a different game? I feel like we had this conversation.
We might have had this conversation about Anya, or we might have had it with the
It was a
Intellect
different
of
game.
Hours.
No. I'm thinking of a different game. Perhaps. I mean, I don't think that a word or a phrase is a bad idea. Is it? How deep do we go with it? Is it here's one if everything is all good, here's another if you are being held hostage by the inspired and you're being forced to give something that's like a panic word?
Honestly, I think if you have a doubt, I think everybody should have their chosen word. If you have a doubt that somebody's actions or is saying something funky, I don't know, check word.
Yeah, that would not be a bad idea. Just everybody has some word that identifies them as them.
Or
and we have a challenge phrase that.
Or one word that everybody uses.
But if it's the same word for everybody, if they get inside one person's head.
We are making this. I don't know.
I
feel like.
All right,
we're going down rabbit holes. Like,
and admittedly,
I feel like we're making tin hats.
No, I got an idea. So Maya's going to suggest that we have one kind of challenge phrase and one response word that everybody uses but changes daily. So it's frequently changed. You just have to remember the new update per day. Mm-hmm. But Amaya is going to also individually pick with each member of the crew a set of code words to mentally use between the two of them. So if Amaya mentally pings them kind of her specific code word to somebody, and they mentally respond with their specific mental code word back, then you know that the two of you are not imposters, and that one will be permanent. That's not going to be on a rotating thing because everybody's is going to be different.
I'm glad Gavin is smarter than Adam, because there's no way I'd be able to keep it straight.
So basically everybody has their own call and response with Amaya that is only ever done mentally. It's never spoken aloud. And then every day there's a challenge phrase like, why is the moon red? And then somebody has to answer with the right response password. And it's just that updates daily.
Although I feel like we also are connected to Zaya. Yes. I feel like Zaya would be our neutral check-in. I don't know. I'm being stupid. My brain is dumb right now.
I mean, if we wanted to add another one in where Zaya and everybody...
No more adding. Oh my god, I'm going to just start sitting down and folding my fucking tin hat. Jeez.
But Amaya is, I feel like, a fairly safe bet for not going to get the whammy, because she is a Kalashtar herself. The whole advantage on wisdom saves, which is already a good save of hers, and being a monk anything that would charm her, she can just end it as an action. So something can't just magic whammy her to do things. She's got a lot of resistance to that.
So here's what I would like. Here's what I would like you to do. I would like everybody to do. As Amaya puts this plan into motion and develops how this is going to work, I would like each individual person to make an intelligence roll.
Okay.
Just straight intelligence.
Just straight intelligence.
That's
Can
not
it be
bad.
wisdom instead?
Well, Amaya, you're the one making the plan. You don't have to.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, we gotta fucking figure out what you exactly said and try to follow the instructions.
Oh,
This is gonna be interesting.
Gavin had
Got
a
an
dirty 20.
18 for Rhiannon.
Okay. give me-
14.
Okay, so there's a few slip-ups here and there, but for the most part, Nikali is able to do pretty good. Rhiannon, what did you get?
An 18.
You're able to keep on top of it without any issues. Ember, what was yours again?
14.
So you do have a few hiccups here and there, but for the most part, you're pretty solid.
With a lot of swear words of, oh, for fuck's sake, it's me! God damn it!
Gavin, what did you get for an intelligence roll?
Dirty 20.
Okay, you're fine. The goblins, however, are having a little bit harder time with it. Kaladin is surprisingly spot on, as he's like, yeah, I'm used to the cults having passwords, shouldn't be an issue. And then just kind of nods like that. But poor Liddy is unable to understand what.
Oh, buddy. What about Barca?
Oh, God.
oh
Yeah, he's
goodness.
got a negative intelligence, I believe.
Yeah, and I rolled a nat 1. So
Oh, goody.
at the end of the day, Barca goes, Riri, you'll figure it out. And then he gets kind of frustrated with it as you keep trying to teach him over. It's like, Riri, you'll figure it out. And then kind of goes sort of stomping
I'm
off.
sorry, buddy.
And
Oh, we're
And
just going to
Argentia-
always assume that if anybody's going to get dominated, it's going to be Barca.
Probably.
And Argentia is kind of like the goblins, has it more or less, but struggles from time to time. It's a work in progress. We'll leave it at that.
I feel like we should have a plan in place for containment for the ones that get possessed. So we don't kill them.
Not a terrible idea.
Now, I will say,
Maybe
one
go
thing I
through some
forgot.
grapple techniques with the gobos. Oh, because
so-
they could like bum rush and grapple someone.
Yeah, they could dogpile.
they could dogpile, and they're good at it too, in general.
Oh.
Ember, so a couple of days are going to go by on your way to get back, and I know you were looking to try and resurrect some of the goblins.
Yep.
Because I believe
We were doing two a
Tulio.
No, we were
Trixie,
going to
and
do
Madison.
one a day, and now that we're running, I'm definitely only going to do one a day.
Okay.
I know the extra help would probably be a good thing, but we need my big bads.
Okay. So the first day of travel, go ahead and are you going to do anything special, or would anyone like to assist to try to I guess, entice Tulio to come back, so to speak, as far as part of the ritual of casting all this? Or are you just going to kind of...
I mean, I would help. I just don't know how Rhiannon can help.
Right.
Rhiannon has a little bit of guilt.
Awkwardly
It's fine.
holding the diamond
Yeah.
and like going,
It's okay. We want you back. Come back and be on the crew. You're a really awesome crew member.
You know what? Gavin, while he didn't have much of a relationship with the goblins, he is very persuasive and a good liar. So he is going to try to coax... Do you understand that you are an integral part of the machine that makes this vehicle continue? That we miss you so very much, and that we love you so very much that if you were to go forever, we would never be the same.
Tulio! We love you! Oh, Tulio!
I mean,
Right.
Amaya's not super persuasive and not really bad at lying, but she says a lot of the same things that Gavin does, but actually means it.
It's
Like,
not to say that
really needs
Gavin
your help.
doesn't mean it. It's more that he doesn't have that strong of a relationship with the goblins.
So you...
But Amaya will absolutely throw that out there. We could really use your help. You're a valued member of this crew. We would love to have you back.
Oh, Tulio!
So you cast the spell. You complete the ritual. The diamond crumbles to dust. And you lay your hand upon Tulio's body. And all of a sudden this weak little goblin hand just puts his hand on yours.
Aww.
And you see Tulio look up at you as like, I can't let the band down.
Oh, that's right, because Wanda sucks.
I
I
just want to
puts kind
throw
of a
this.
comforting hand on Tulio's
Mean to
shoulder.
Wanda.
Gives Ember a mean look.
I just want to throw this out there. Tulio literally came back from the dead to rock. There is nothing more metal ever.
That is super metal.
Working on those reses, man.
We're glad you're back, Tulio. Pat, pat.
And he gives hugs.
In the notes next to his name,
Please,
can
Tutor
somebody
Wanda.
please add most metal goblin or something to
Yes,
that effect? Like
I will.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Can we say that we kind of had enough forethought to buy, like when we were arming up the gobos, that we had some forethought, like if the rest of the gobos come back, we have this gear ready for them to also be
Yes.
armed.
Okay, so I have
With the
some
magic
bad
wand.
news.
All the goblins are kitted. Yes.
I have
Okay.
some bad news. We don't even have the goblins listed individually on the crew. It's just goblin crew members.
I have their names.
What? They're
We
not in
have
there
the whole
somewhere.
list there.
Not
Yeah.
on the
Oh, we absolutely
not on
do.
the
That's-
NPC crew of Zaya.
Oh, maybe we
It's
moved
got to
it.
be somewhere else.
Yeah. We had the whole list.
I know the list is somewhere, but like it's not where one would think
It's
that
not
they
where
would
the
be.
crew members are listed. Okay,
Yeah.
well, look it up.
Huh.
So we'll have to find
Okay.
it, but
I really want to commission artwork of Tulio, the most metal goblin.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm probably gonna commission an artwork of Ember and her band. The Flaming Rabbits, the Gobos.
I'm going to my Discord right now to see if there's an artist interested.
Nice.
I fully support
Nice.
this.
So yeah, the first day of travel seems to go more or less uneventfully, at least during the daytime, especially when you can see things off on the horizon and avoid if necessary, which I would assume you're probably doing.
Yeah.
Who's taking the night shift?
Embers.
Okay.
Rhiannon will take it with her.
Okay. Then I would like the two of you. Well, I'd like one of you to roll a d20.
I'll roll it.
And truthfully, even though Amaya doesn't have dark vision, she does have her sun blade, which gives some light, and she's probably trying to stay awake at night to keep an eye on things too.
17.
Okay.
Okay. Ember and Rhiannon, go ahead and make.
Well, I can inspire you.
Well, this
that
is
was
just
just
a
a-
straight d20 roll.
Oh,
This is
okay.
not a. This is
Oh,
not an
gotcha.
ability check. However, I would like you both now to make a perception roll.
With inspiration, cause we're...
And Amaya, if you are trying to stay up, like late,
Amaya has probably taken to mostly sleeping during the day, figuring
Okay.
that pretty much everybody can see in the light, and that is probably the time of least danger.
okay, then go ahead and make a perception roll as well.
Are you
Okay.
giving me inspiration, Ember?
Mhm.
What's your what die?
That is a D10.
Okay.
Oh, that almost rolled over to a nat 20, but 23 total.
26 for Rhiannon.
I'm only at 15, but I'm helping other
Well,
peeps.
if you're helping, you're not really rolling in that case because you're
That's
just.
fair.
So both Rhiannon and Amaya do notice. Granted, it's a ways off in the distance, but being that it is nighttime, it makes it a little bit easier to see. It looks like kind of a glowing dot on the horizon. A very small, dot,
That's something on fire?
well, you've lived in Sharn often enough, and for you, Amaya, being actually an airship sailor for several years, the guess being that it is kind of a constant light, it's not like an explosion or something, or like a fireball where it blinks and then goes out, but seems to be fairly consistent. It's possible it could be an airship.
We might want to stay away from that.
I am going to
Towards
go.
us or chugging behind
It's
us?
hard to tell. You do see it is kind of coming from behind, like you see it is aft of Zaya, but it is very much on the horizon, so it's many miles away as far as that goes.
It's following us, or we're going toward it?
You can't really tell at this point because it's so far away.
I go wake Barca up and ask him to tell us what his bugbear eyes see. Because I know he's got super vision from his totem.
But
He
Barca
does
doesn't
have
have
the
dark
eagle eye
vision.
thing.
It's also dark.
Yeah.
But it's dark, but the thing that he's trying to see is
Has light.
illuminated.
Okay, yeah, that's
true.
fair.
Well, and if you guys steer him in the right direction,
Mhm.
granted he rolled only a 10 on the die, so you see Barca is like, looks like one of those airships.
Can you tell if it's moving towards us?
You see he kind of takes a moment, looks at it, and then takes a moment to kind of look at the orientation of Zaya, and then looks at it, and you can see the little goblin mathematical symbols kind of forming behind his head as he's trying to kind of sort out, and then kind of takes a look at how Zaya is aligned again, and then takes a look at the ship and goes, maybe?
Okay, but
The pointy end is kind of our direction.
Okay.
Did Barca do good?
Barca did good. You can go back to sleep, buddy.
Okay, Riri.
That's a good Barca.
That was a
Okay.
good Barca.
Was.
It really was.
It's like you're related or something.
Go figure, right?
To the player, not to Barca, just to be clear.
Right. Although I'm scruffy enough, if I had more body hair and some pointy ears, I could probably do a personal Barca.
You know what? Next con you go to, I expect you to play or to cosplay Barca.
Do a bugbear.
Mhm.
Oh
Yep.
my god, it'd be so hot in that gorilla suit. I'm telling you.
There are ways to make it cooler, but
That's
just
true.
saying.
That's true. But I digress. We're getting sidetracked. All right. Anyway, but yes, there is a, and again, it's kind of like sort of on the horizon, for lack of a better term. It's a dot in the sky. It is definitely several miles behind.
Okay. Can we? I don't know.
Assuming normal curvature of the Earth is you see only about 15 miles on a flat thing, but then you're in the air, so I don't know how the math works on that. And it's also fantasy, so best guess maybe 20-ish miles out? 20 or 30 maybe? Best guess? It's really hard to tell because the distance is so far.
Right.
And the only reason why I'm even giving you a guesstimate is just the fact that y'all been living on a freaking airship for the past several months, so you're getting a little bit better at judging gross distances, so to speak.
Being that we're not powered by an elemental ring, if we make sure that we have no fires on deck, we should be.
We can run dark better than most other airships.
We should be stealth.
Oh yeah.
There should be literally no way for them to see us, basically.
Unless you're on board. If you're up on the deck, you're kind of shiny.
Oh, well, I can control that. I have no hair.
Well, and
I am bald.
Actually, that'd still be probably a pretty hot look for Ember.
It's true.
Yeah, because of the tattoos and the cracks and the skin.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to do any sort of, I guess for lack of a better term, evasive maneuvers to try to?
I don't know. Do we want to let on that we saw them, or do we want to just maybe push our speed a little bit and?
Well, and at this point, you don't even necessarily know if they saw you either.
Right. I just think going as dark as possible. Try to boop up as much speed as we can.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Yeah.
GTFO.
So go dark and then double book it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So which one of you would like to be piloting for this particular?
Amaya will pilot.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be allowed to do anything else.
Yeah.
All right. Amaya, go ahead and make your we're going to call it a piloting role, but we're going to say, since the idea is to kind of use some tactics to obfuscate things, I'm going to say instead of rolling like dex plus your vehicles, I'm going to say maybe like int plus your vehicles.
Okay. And whoever has kind of the best dark vision that is up at the moment, Amaya's going to have them basically be at the front of Zaya.
I have dark vision up to 120 feet.
Nice.
Okay. So yeah, Brianna and Amaya asked you to be like stationed at the front and is like staying in mental communication with you, so that if you see anything and we need to evade, you can let her know immediately.
Can Ember inspire Amaya?
Uh-huh.
Is that a D8, a D10?
D10.
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 Go ahead
What do
and
my
use
half-elf
that.
eyes see?
I mark it off on my sheet just in case we get into combat.
Okay, so D20 roll plus the D10 from inspiration plus int plus air vehicles, total of 29.
Okay. So admittedly, there's kind of there's a couple schools of thought, I guess, when it comes to kind of maneuvering a ship, especially for sort of silent running. Granted, when you're an airship of the Eberron variety that has the elemental ring, certain stealthy options aren't always an option. But being that you don't have that particular limitation, it does make things a little bit easier. But typically, in a grand scheme of things, it's either kind of fly low or fly high to kind of get out of their sight line, so to speak. I guess, which route do you decide you want to go?
I was actually going to go with flying low. Since
Why?
well, if we fly high, if we're like going above the clouds and the other ship is below the clouds, then we might be losing line of sight of them and being able to track where they're going and if they're getting closer. Plus, if we go low, we can still keep them in sight, and we have a little bit of element of camouflage whenever we're going near like woodsy, planty areas, because Zaya is a plant airship.
Now, are you guys traveling, like, are you kind of cutting down over the ocean and then traveling back up to Kabara, or actually crossing overland?
Yeah. Plant with ocean.
Oh, well, I guess if we're
Well, I mean, it's nighttime. I mean, it's
yeah.
It's 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other, up or down. It's your choice.
Yeah.
I just figured if we were anywhere near like people, that not being seen by people on the ground would also be a good thing.
Well, if you're going from Braylon to Kabara, if you kind of look on the map, now granted, Sharn is kind of on the bottom left-hand side of the map. But if you're going overland, it means you are crossing potentially Zilargo, Dargon, and potentially Valinar/Talenta plains, plus maybe a little bit of the Mornland.
Yeah.
I know it dips down a little bit.
Gavin would advocate that we take a sea over the ocean.
Okay, so if you're taking an ocean route, at least having the ocean underneath you, then it's a little bit. Then as far as traveling overland isn't really a big deal. But so you head low. Then how high above the ocean are you going?
Well, if we're over the ocean is probably fairly consistent level. There's probably not a lot of varying height in the terrain. So we're probably sticking pretty close to water level.
So how high off the water level are you think you're going?
60 feet?
60 feet, yeah.
60 feet? Okay. Easy enough.
Like, you can get some waves, so I think 60 feet is a good, like, if we're getting 60-foot waves, we have other problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And shit happens.
Plus a 60-foot fall, we can easily survive.
Yeah, you could survive a 60-foot fall.
Yeah.
Okay. The rest of the night seems to go uneventfully. You do see that they do not seem to change their course. So they are still higher up and they're still sailing in a overall easterly direction. But since you are kind of skirting away a little bit with the ocean and kind of veering off a little bit, they do seem to kind of continue on their way. And as far as you can tell, they do not seem to notice you. Probably the closest they get would maybe be like 3 or 4 miles off, but even then, with you riding low, and even with the with the several moons that are up and those that are more full in the sky, which does give off some moonlight to go off of, but just with all the shimmering and reflections off the water of even the moon glow, it's so easy to lose things in the water when you have all of that as kind of a backdrop. So you are able to lose, if they were pursuing you, you're able to lose that pursuit. And then the second day of travel, again, not really a whole lot going on during the day. Ember, do you try with, we've got Fersetti and Tennyson left.
Yep. So we'll do Forsetti.
Okay. Kind of the same thing as before, or
Yeah, Maya will give the same encouraging words.
Probably a little less flair.
And I rolled a nat 20, so Fersetti comes back.
Woo.
There is a moment, Ember, after you kind of collect yourself after the ritual, because it is draining. I mean, it takes some energy. There's an energy element to it that does get a little exhausting.
Yeah.
You see your trio, Wanda, Tulio, and Thralila kind of approach, and like, Captain, Boss Captain, can we talk with you for a moment?
Yeah. Wait, who's talking?
This is actually going to be Thralila.
Okay.
We just wanted to say thank you for bringing our crew members back. I know you're still working on it with some of them, but we do appreciate it. We also just wanted to and he Thralila kind of looks up, and you see Tulio and Wanda especially kind of averts your gaze, but Tulio just kind of nods encouragingly, like, we just kind of, these past couple of days, you've been very angry at Wanda, and we wanted to talk to you about it.
Oh my god.
Goblins drawn boundaries, bitches. I love it.
Because it wasn't Wanda's fault that the evil dragon thing killed her, but we just thought you seemed a little angry and mean to her, and she is doing great and recovering, and we're going through training and stuff, and she's doing great, and you see Tulio's like, and I admit I'm still kind of recovering too, boss, and I think she's recovering better than I am. I mean, just saying, and then just kind of averts his gaze a little bit. It's like, anyway, we just wanted to, we like working for you, and we appreciate everything you've taught us, but we just felt that, maybe you're being a little mean and just wanted to, say that we wanted to talk to you about it. And then you see Thralila stops for a moment and then kind of sits there, kind of like thinking. You obviously trying to process a thought or something. It's like, and then, oh right, and Zaya had mentioned that we should talk to you about it in a polite and calm manner, and that now would if you would like to say how you feel.
They've created a safe space for you to express yourself.
I love this so much. That's adorable.
Oh my god.
This is
Sweet
amazing.
goblins assisted by Zaya to set boundaries and have difficult conversations. Look at the character growth with our sweet goblins.
Oh, we're gonna have woke goblins. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Hell yes.
We are recreating gobos for D&D.
Oh, it's just Emperor's been under a lot of stress.
And it's been a tough few days.
They all just kind of nod.
I apologize if I am coming off a little harsh at times. I may have felt a little hurt that fate decided to take something away from me. And that might have transferred on to someone on the receiving end, and I will work on it. I cannot promise perfection. I will work on it.
And you see they kind of. I mean,
But
again, they're looking.
Also, want to add.
Okay.
I also hand out to the gobos the Song of Wanda. I know I don't show affection or appreciation like others. But I hope that whatever, just take it for what it is. It's a fucking song. I expect all three of you to learn it by tomorrow. Got it?
Got it, boss. Got it, boss. Got it, boss. And then you
cool.
You see Wanda kind of lifts up her hand and goes, can we hug now?
Obviously.
And they kind of dogpile you and give you a big hug. That's cool because we really want to be a part of the band because we saw you guys play at the place and it was awesome and we just want to be,
Well, you're obviously part of the band. You're my little kits, you fucking idiots.
We'll learn the song. We'll get it down.
You're called the Kits now. The Flaming Kits. You got it?
Got it. Got it. Hell yeah.
Kit means baby rabbit, okay?
Oh, okay. And then you see they kind of right, of course, yes.
It's too smart for you, I know.
We get it. We get it.
Learn the song.
And they run off to do that.
Getting kind of a School of Rock vibe right now.
Totally a School of Rock vibe, yes. Absolutely. So who's taking the next night shift?
I mean,
Well,
Gavin
Amaya's
can.
going to be awake overnight again.
He's got dark vision out to 120.
Okay.
Honestly, Ember would probably do another night shift. She'd probably be sleeping during the day, and then she can give inspiration during the night.
Okay. So one of you, I would like you to roll a d20.
Fine, I'll do it.
The silence was deafening.
It's an 18.
Okay. Okay. So in the evening, you do see what looks like off in the distance. This one further to the north, but you do see what looks like another light in the sky, as it were, that looks somewhat similar to the one you saw last night that was the airship. This one, though, has maybe a little bit more of a whitish glow than a reddish glow or orangish glow, which, Amaya, you being a veteran airship sailor, it just means that maybe they have instead of a fire ring, maybe like a lightning ring, which are really the two most common types for the Eberron airships.
Oh,
Sure.
But you do see it off in the distance to the north. So this is, by this time, you guys are probably south of Valor, cutting that bottom peninsula and slowly starting to make your way north towards Kabara. And it is coming from it's not coming from Kabara itself, but definitely what you would say would be sort of well, from a sailing standpoint, like a regular sailing vessel would be the trade routes coming out of the eastern side of like the Lazar Principalities or other ports to the east, further east, like Sarlona, I guess. But I mean, that's really further east, but you get the idea. But they seem to be, you see them to the north. What do you do?
Probably similar to the night before. Advise some dark running and evasive action.
Okay. Then go
Pretty
ahead
much.
and Amaya, go ahead and roll.
All right. This is intelligence and vehicles, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Alright, so just the d20 plus bonus there. Not as good, 15.
Okay. You do get the sense, as you go down to the kind of near the ocean surface, and are sort of silently running, as it were. You do see that their light is getting bigger, that it appears they are heading in a more or less southerly direction. And it appears that they are getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah. Gavin kind of glances at Amaya at this point and says, I think at this point we should probably assume that anything that sees us is probably hostile, yes?
They getting close, yep.
Now they are still higher up in the air, like they're not necessarily coming down at you that you can see, at least not at this moment, and they're still, and even though they are getting closer, that a lot of that's more due to the fact that you're kind of heading towards each other, so to speak. Roughly.
You cut to the east and try to angle away from them, see if they follow.
Yeah, that's the next thing we'll do is adjust our heading, see if they seem to kind of curve to follow, or if they seem to readjust to try to move in a direction that they intercept.
Sure.
Or...
And you turn. And kind of wait with sort of bated breath to see what happens. But eventually they continue south. Or kind of southeast-ish. Maybe towards Valinar or what have you. But you head east probably for a good couple of hours to kind of observe them. But you do see eventually they kind of go off the horizon, so to speak.
Then we will readjust to our destination.
Okay. So by the time you get to Hakatorvak, it's because of the detour and everything, and making sure you've kind of gone far enough that you're out of their eye line. We'll say that you probably get there by late morning, so maybe almost, but not quite noontime. And you are floating above the ruins, the sort of jagged obsidian buildings of Hakatorvak.
Want to go talk to our friend downstairs?
Sorry, River's dreaming in the background, so all of a sudden I hear this little
Sweet pupper.
pretty cute. It's cute to see a dog dreaming. See those little paws just...
Yeah.
So yeah, you're there. What would you like to do?
Let's go talk to Coglin and see if he help us put any of the pieces together, I guess.
Amaya's going to stay on Zaya.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay on Saya.
But Amaya will kind of, whoever is going down to talk to Coglin, asks, don't just try to get, what information you can. Try to figure out how they know that information, where that came from. If we can figure out who is directing people,
Hydrate.
directed Coglin here, with or without their knowledge.
No, I'll
will
come
figure
along
something out.
because I might be able to get
Marco,
inspiration
go
at
with
something.
Or go with Riri too. Okay.
I mean, I'll go.
Okay.
Yeah, I
so
definitely
you-
don't want to be the main person talking, but
You head down.
You have a detective with you, Ember. I got this.
And you do
Mhm.
as you kind of head down with the longboat, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You do see some of the lizard folk and dragonborn and a lot of half dragons and whatnot, and maybe even some kobolds too. The inhabitants of the city. They see you come down and they give you a wide berth. Like you see, like those scaly folk that are taking care of children and younglings, kind of shoo them undercover and out of sight and whatnot.
Sure.
You do see there are a couple of, for lack of a better term, sort of guards that kind of stand post at the entranceway, but they see you kind of land and approach, and they don't do anything to get in your way and kind of step back a little bit to allow you entry.
I'll go in.
Okay.
yeah, following.
Yep.
And you're just kind of short of that kind of larger cavernous section that was Rashak's section. And you do hear, as you approach closer, you actually do hear some sounds of what appear to be battle. And as you I guess, do you cautiously approach?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you kind of get to the entrance, you see that there is
Fight pit.
looks to be a bit of a sort of a tear in the fabric of space-time, sort of in the middle of the place. And you see there are several lizard men, looks like shamans, like conducting some sort of a ritual. But you see every once in a while a horrible, hideous-looking entity starts trying to pull itself out, and you see Coglin in draconic form, like slashing at it and clawing at it and tearing them to ribbons. But you see that they are, as he is doing that, you do see there are other entities that are attempting to try to clamber out a little bit.
I just kind of glance at Ember and Gavin and then go join Coglin and try to fight these things off.
Oh, but
Yep.
why? And I
Cause-
run after her. God damn it!
We would do that.
All right, so go ahead and roll me an initiative.
Sorry, guys.
I'm starting the day fresh. Yes. Yes. Because I would not have done any of my reses yet today.
Mhm.
Well, you did a res today.
That was last night.
That was yesterday.
Oh,
Forsetti was yesterday. We haven't done one yet today.
Yeah.
okay.
Because I've been doing them at night.
Okay, hold on a second.
Unless we landed at night.
No, we landed.
No, you landed during the day.
Okay.
Okay, so
little
you're
before
right. Then
noon.
this would be. So never mind. You should be full up then.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Long rest. Right. Initiative. Sorry.
21 for Rhiannon.
Oh, goody. Yeah. Fine. You know what? I'm glad it's out now.
Was that a nat one?
It was. Yeah. So I will be going at a 5. Let me know how it goes. I got that stitch in the side.
And I apologize. I am trying to scrabble some things real quick here. Rhiannon, are you kind enough to be taking initiative? Because I see you've got some chaos running behind you too.
I do, but I can do initiative. Sorry, my eldest was very loudly crawling on the floor behind me so as to not get in the video, but it was like the loudest crawling I think I've ever heard.
My eldest
Clop,
does the
clop,
same.
clop.
My eldest did the same when I would sit on the other chair.
Yeah.
Now that I sit on the couch, it's less of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ember's mod is a +4, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Gavin.
Gavin had a he had a 23 with a +3.
Nice. At 20.
I'm gonna be having battle without a Maya.
I hate that for us.
Yeah.
I really hate that for us.
I hate not having our monk.
Yeah, I mean, somebody could use an action to talk to Zaya.
We
with Barka
have Barka with us, yeah?
We do have Barka with
Yes.
us.
Would you mind gaggering him for?
I do not mind. Let me pull him up.
I mean,
Luckily-
it may not even matter, but
I rolled
Luckily,
a 6.
he's an easy.
Yeah, I rolled a 16 on his die. Let me see what his modifier is quick. I don't think it's very high, though.
It's probably like a +2 or.
Barka.
I thought his dex was pretty decent.
Oh, yeah, it's not bad. He's got a +3, so 19 for him.
Yeah.
Nice.
And,
Okay. Give me the other focus boss.
he's got double my hit points.
Coglin.
I'm sorry, Coglin at what?
17 for Coglin, because Coglin apparently rolled very well.
Okay.
And the creatures will say are at a 10.
Okay. All right. Top of the round then is Gavin.
Oh, that's the thing. Okay.
So, Gavin, you see that there are these. Well, actually, go ahead and make an Arcana roll.
Okay.
As you see these creatures start pulling themselves out of this rift.
I love this for us.
25.
Oh, yeah.
25.
They are what are referred to as shadow demons, which
What?
are a fairly noxious sort of almost like a horrible combination of a gargoyle and like an undead shade, kind of.
Great.
Oh,
They're not very high up in the demonic hierarchy, but they are a pain in the ass.
I
Okay.
just have one question. Does it die by fire? My only question.
Do I know
Well,
if they are susceptible to fire?
Mm.
Because I know I know these people.
with a 25, you know that they have they're fairly durable. Tends to
You're
mess them up
cutting
as
out.
they're.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
were turned away from the.
I turned away from the mic. Sorry. You know that they're pretty durable overall, but that radiant damage usually tends to have a more lasting impact.
Gotcha. So he will say that. Oh, fuck. Shadow demons. They're pretty hardy. Just radiant damage is going to fuck up their day. I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use a spell points to quicken an Eldritch Blast at the closest Shadow Demon.
Okay. Easy enough.
And I wish I had Repelling Blast right now. I really do. I have the other one, but that's not the direction we want them to go.
Not so much.
17 for the first.
That will hit.
Dirty 20 for the second. And a nat
That will
20 for
also hit.
and a nat 20 for the third.
Nice.
Because I get 3 now. Yay! Alright, so 9 damage for the first. 18. No, not that much. 14 damage for the second. And then the crit is 20 damage.
So I apologize. 20 plus, you said, what was the other?
9, 14, 20.
Yeah.
9, 14. Okay, so 9, 14. So that's 23. And then 20.
Total
the crit
43.
was 43. Thank you.
Max. Oh, my keyboard.
You see that your Eldritch Blasts are tear into it, which is kind of interesting because it definitely has sort of that like the edges of its physique definitely seem to almost kind of have a more wispy, smoky sort of appearance. But yeah, your Eldritch Blast hit it like straight on without any issue, and it just roars out in pain.
I am then going to kind of move next to the gateway close to where Coglin is engaging and pull out the sword, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. And who is next?
Rhiannon is next with Barca on deck. Radiant. I can do Radiant. I can totally do that. And we'll just target another one of the shadow. How many shadow demons are there that we
There
can
appear to be 4 that are currently have clawed their way out of the rift and are kind of flying overhead.
Cool. I will.
Looks like they're looking to maybe, at least from what you can see, it looks like they're getting ready to dive bomb some of the shamans.
Okay. Cool. I will target one of the undamaged ones.
Okay.
With a 2nd level guiding bolt.
Okay.
That is a 24 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. 11. 11, 5 is 16. I can totally count. Another 5. 16 is 17 because I got a 1. 17 plus 5 is 22 points of radiant damage.
You hear that one just shriek in agony.
Yep.
As it's still up, but it's let's just say the two you've wounded, they're bloodied, and for what that's and you see actually like black bilious ichor drip to the ground as they are from their injuries as they are horribly damaged.
Excellent. The next person who targets that one before my next turn will have advantage because it's now glowing. Does Coglin or any of the shamans look injured yet?
Coglin doesn't seem.
Oh, I can't.
Like...
Sorry, I can't do that anyway because it's not a cantrip. Never mind. It's fine.
Coglin does not appear to be injured, at least not that you can see. The shamans so far haven't appear to be too bad. You do see there are a couple of sort of rotting, decaying corpses on the ground that definitely come off with the sort of putrid smell of sulfur and horribleness that you're guessing were other demonic entities that Coglin has torn us under.
Gotcha. Okay, that is Rhiannon's turn, and hopefully she's gotten their attention. Ugh. Yeah, hopefully. It's fine. It's fine.
It's good. It's fine. It's good.
It's good. Barca is up then with Coglin on deck.
Barca is going to open up his character sheet. Not open it up, but move to his character sheet. Barca is going to rage. Barca is taking bonus action to rage. Barca is going to check how much rage damage he has now.
They are flying currently.
Then Barca going to pull out longbow +1 and rage shoot.
Okay. Just the rage wouldn't apply to the bow. Just
I know. In that case, given that they are flying, no, he'd still rage. Who am I kidding? Does a 19 hit it?
Yes.
Okay.
Being that he is raging, I'd like you to roll a d4.
Okay. 3.
Okay.
That'll take 11 points of damage.
Said it was a +1?
Yep. +1 longbow.
And, sorry, what was the damage again?
11.
Alright.
He gets 2 attacks around, so he's going to fire it again.
Sure does.
Another 19. For 10 points of damage. Do you want me to roll another die 4, or is he just attacking the same one?
No, I'm assuming he's attacking the same one.
Okay. And then he's going to kind of move
I guess
to the...
not that it super matters, but were those just 19s on the die, or were they 19 total?
19 total.
Okay. Alrighty. And then, is Barca doing anything else?
Barca's going to move kind of to the other side of Coglin from Gavin to kind of fill the space on that side.
Okay. But he's getting into close to the portal?
Yep.
Okay. After Barca.
After Barca is Coglin with the creatures on deck, and then it'll be Ember at the bottom of the round.
Woot woot.
Okay.
Has Coglin been here long enough to get lair action?
No. Although it is a 24 save. Even with their decent decks, they don't make it. Okay, so the good news, that. The bad news is that. Luckily, since they are all kind of circling in the air, at least at the moment, that makes them easier to hit for Coglin, who does unleash a fire breath. And it is extremely hot for those that are not immune to fire, Ember. But you feel like just the wave of heat come off of it, and makes you kind of glad that it's not aimed towards you. Again, except for Ember, who it really wouldn't matter. But and you do see, and you do see one of the creatures, the one that Gavin had initially hit with his Eldritch Blasts, just incinerates. But even then, even seeing this large draconic presence hit it with the mother of all breath weapons, even as damaged as they are, like, to any normal person, they would just be incinerated. They would be ash. And they're still flying. They are still active. And you realize that they are still, that they're resilient. We'll leave it at that. But that's Coglin's turn. After Coglin.
The creatures and then Ember.
Right. So, realizing that trying to fight the dragon is just crazy. They are going to go after y'all. Now let's see. We have Barca. We have the guiding bolt one. So the one with that was hit with the guiding bolt is going to come after you, Rhiannon.
Yep. This is fine.
And it slashes out with these kind of wicked, jagged claws, but it only got like a 12 to hit.
Excellent.
Another one is going to go after. Actually, is going to go after you, Gavin, because it saw you kill his best friend that he was going to backstab later, because demons. But that one's going to take a swing at you, but I got an 18. That didn't do much of anything. And then the third one will go after. It'll go after Barca. But got a 14. So they're all swings and a miss.
That's cool.
And that's it for that. Oh, can you also just let me know when it's the bottom of the round too? Can you just put a little thing on there?
Me.
So after the shadow demons.
Ember, and then bottom of the round.
Okay.
Okay, so how many are there?
There are three.
Three of them.
There's currently one
Are they
kind of hovering over Gavin, over Rhiannon, and over Barca.
okay? Is there a way that I can hit all three of them in a circle, but not my allies, or that's impossible?
How big of a circle?
20 feet.
If it's
diameter?
a 20-foot radius, there's not a way you could hit one by putting the point way above so it doesn't hit your party.
Yeah.
But it's only going to kind of hit the one. They're
The
all
one.
fairly close to the ground.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. All right, then I will go with good old Eldritch Blast. Seemed pretty effective against
Which
it.
one are you targeting first?
The one above Rhiannon is all shiny.
Yeah, I would
You would
hit
have
that one.
You would have advantage
Yeah.
on at least your first attack.
Yeah, I would go after that one.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that attack roll first with advantage.
Let's make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Well, with advantage, it was 17.
That hits.
That's good. Okay, so that's going to be 7 points of damage on that one.
That one gets blown away.
Oh, cool. Then I'll go after Gavin's next.
Okay. Now this one will be a regular attack, not with advantage.
That was a nat 20.
Fair
Okay. So that one gets the last. Well, not that great for 8.
Okay, it's still up.
Okay, then I'll hit it for another time.
Come on, Brian, you can do math.
That's a 17 to hit. That hits.
That will hit.
And then that's 9 points.
Now,
Yummy.
And all of that is force damage?
Yes.
Okay.
That's Eldritch Blast.
Okay. 9. Brian, again, math. You can do this. You have the power. Okay.
Oh! All of those hits? Oh, sorry. All of those hits also get another damage of fire.
Okay, so roll the. So for the one that was on Rhiannon is dead. But go ahead and roll the fire damage for the one on Gavin for the 2 hits on the one on Gavin.
So that the crit that would be doubled.
Correct.
Okay, so that one.
So you can just add the 2 attacks fire damage together. So if it's
that's true. Okay,
what
so
3d whatever of the fire damage.
Yeah. 14. 14. So 18. 18 fire damage more.
Okay.
Oh yeah, die by fire, bitches. That's right.
Well, and here's the funny thing. Like, the fire damage, again, seems to wash off them a bit. It doesn't seem as potent as you've seen it in the past. I mean, you're still effing their thing up quite a bit, but both of them are the one on Gavin is still up. Very much injured, but still up.
I will bonus action because I am not feeling every. Oh, where is it? I had a thing. It was the using. Where did it go? Oh, here we go. Using undeniable logic against it. It needs to roll a DC 15 intelligence.
It got a 6. It got a 6.
Sweet.
Makes me wonder, is my... Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's going to incur 8 points of psychic damage.
Then it
It
dies.
just should give up and die now. It really should.
And it does.
You're done. Yeah.
So I realized I may have had something funky on my mic settings. Can you guys hear me now okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So much
Yeah,
better.
apparently I wasn't on my area mic. That's why I was... Okay. Yeah, so you, with your undeniable logic that it should die, it just kind of looks at you like, and then... Because, I don't know, but you defeat it. So
I
now
like that it finally worked.
there's only one currently floating above Barca.
It is if Ember's finished, that brings us to the bottom of the round.
Okay, so
I think that's all my things.
that'll tick down to that. And then I need one of you to roll a d4.
I got it this time.
We don't like that at all.
Why D4?
That is a 3, sir.
Okay.
What is happening?
I feel like we're getting more shadow demons.
Right?
Actually, you see the rift sort of pulse open, and all of a sudden, 3 horse-sized horrible, sort of demonic ape-looking things, which, Gavin, you actually recognize as a Bulgura, kind of spill out of the...
Weren't those kind of, like,
Great.
really meaty and bad?
and proceed to spill out, and they they are now out of the portal.
None of
We're
us
just gonna have
remembered.
them go on the... Well, actually, I suppose I could roll for... Well, they got a 17. I think that's the same as the Shadow Demons, right?
No, that's the same as Coglin.
Oh, they will go after Coglin then.
Okay. Cool.
And you
Can
hear
I
Coglin kind of roar out in Draconic, "Keep them away from the shamans till they can close the gate."
I don't speak Draconic.
That's
Anybody?
Then I believe it would be top of the round.
Yeah, top of the round with Gavin.
Gavin is
Ran
going
and
to
he's not
translate what Coglin just said in Draconic for the rest of the people to hear. What's on the other side of the portal?
You're not 100% certain, because it's kind of the ripple in the fabric of reality, and there's also a lot of eldritch energy being forced into it to try to, as you see it slowly starts to shrink a little bit.
Okay.
Like you can definitely tell the different lizard folk shaman are sitting there struggling to...
Well, then
Close the rift.
rather than do what I was going to do, I'm going to do something smarter instead. I'm going to get one of the Bulgura's attention by hitting it in the face with a sword a few times. Yes, that was the smarter option. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging. I'm just wondering what the not smart option was.
It's not going to happen, so it's nothing we have to worry about right now. 28.
28 will hit.
22.
And a 22 will also hit.
Okay. Oh, bonus action, make him the target of my hex. Because fuck this guy. Okay, cool. Just had to real quick remind myself what that did. So this is magical slashing damage now.
Yep.
First one is 14.
Okay.
Second one is 16. And I said that like I had more to say, but I don't. So that is all I have.
You chop some vicious slashes into it, and it is angry and bleeding. Again, kind of a green foul ichor that almost seems to sizzle a little bit when it hits the rock.
Yay.
And if that's it for Gavin, who's next after that?
Rhiannon is up with Barca on deck.
I will say Gavin will kind of, like, he'll move. Obviously, we're theater of the minding this, but he will kind of move to, like, be between this Balgura that he's fighting and and the shamans as much as he can.
Sure.
But, again, theater of the mind, so. That is my turn.
Okay, you said that 3 of them came out, yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
And there's still a wounded shadow demon flying over Barca.
I'm not worried about that. Barca can get him.
I will say, because of where Gavin and Barca kind of went, they are a lot closer to the portal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Their first wave.
Given that I have my Zaya token on a necklace that is always touching me,
right?
What kind of an action would it be to speak to her? Is it just a free action to speak?
Well, she technically has to engage the mind link with you. The token just allows you to do it at the mile range or 2 mile range or whatever it is.
So are we talking?
We've used that to talk to Zaya many times.
That's how we pinged back and forth.
Yeah.
Let me double check something.
Unless we've been using it wrong.
Which
time
is possible.
I mean, technically it's her mind link, but okay, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Zaya, honey, please tell your mom that there is some nasty fighting going on down here with some shadow demons, and if she can make it down, she should probably do that quickly. Thanks. And then I will whip out some more guiding bolts. I don't know if those are super effective against the new baddies, but you know.
I'm gonna assume yes.
I mean, if they're demons, I'm gonna assume that radiant damage is pretty good across the board. And so I am gonna cast another guiding bolt. I'm gonna use sorcery points to twin it. So I can hit 2 of them.
And are you hitting 2 different Balguras then?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm setting people up to have advantage on attacks.
Okay. Are you hitting, or one of your targets the one that's in front of Gavin currently?
It would be, I would aim at any 2 that are undamaged so far.
Oh, so then it would, okay. So then the 2 undamaged ones.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I'm casting at 2nd level.
Okay.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm casting at 3rd level. We'll go there. It's fine.
Okay.
All right. That's a 23 on the first.
That hits.
And a 19 on the second.
And that will also hit.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. 6, 19 damage on the first one. Oh, there we go. 5 plus 12 is 17. Plus 9 is 26 on the second one.
Okay. And they are both guiding bolt.
Yes. Okay. And
They are still up. They are very injured.
okay. And I'm gonna kind of try to move away, like in such a way that they could get to me without getting to the shamans, if that's
I'm
possible.
assuming you and Ember are probably a little bit further back from the portal than so you're already kind of set up that if they were to come after you, you'd be drawing them away from the portal and the shaman.
Perfect. Okay. Then I will stay where I am, and that is the end of my turn. Barca is up with Coglin on deck.
That was good timing. I just got back.
Well, and Barca's got a guy flying over him, and then there are these Bulgura guys that are relatively close.
Barca drops the bow, grabs the great axe, swings at the hovering shadow demon.
Okay.
Why can't I math? 16 to hit?
Yeah, that hits.
Cool. $15 points of damage.
Shadow demon is dead.
Okay. He then moves to one of the Bulgura that's not on Gavin.
Sure.
It has
this
advantage.
attack will be with advantage.
Right. And the second attack. Well, there's a nat 20. So he's going to roll crit damage. 14 points of damage.
Roll it.
14.
Oh, and both of those would be plus 3 more each, so a total of plus 6 more. Because I forgot his rage damage.
So 17.
Well, the second one would then be.
Well, the shadow demon's dead. So for the crit.
Oh, good point. Yeah, 17.
Okay. Okay. That one is definitely looking bloody.
Cool. And that is Barca's turn.
After Barca is Coglin with the Bulgura on deck.
Alright. So since the shadow demon is away, I can take that and throw that there, and then go back to Dragoniness.
How do I feel he has a stack of papers?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Probably.
Damn it, nat 1. So one of Coglin's claw attacks misses.
Oh, that's not good for us.
But that light hits for that.
Amaya's little head shake. This is what happens when we split the party, Amaya.
Every fucking time.
What is that? So that is 30.
Well, and was this combat happening indoors or outdoors?
Indoors.
Indoors.
Well, then you just have to lure everything outdoors. And Amaya can just start dropping light grenades on them.
The portal is inside, though.
How are we gonna move the frickin' portal?
So, Coglin is able to. One claw misses, but in And the Balgura, leaping away from that, gets another claw slashing across its torso, and then Coglin bites into it and kind of shakes it like a rag doll. It's still barely up. And then Coglin just kind of spits out the demonic ichor because it's gross to eat that.
Gross. Was that
But
the one on
Coglin-
Gavin, or was that?
No, that was one of the. That was the one oh wait, that was actually the one. So never mind. Tears that one to shreds because I realized that one was with the guiding bolt and should have had advantage and rolled high enough to hit. So never mind. It Coglin tears that one to shreds. So there's just one Balgura on Gavin that's pretty injured, and one on Barca that's also pretty injured.
Excellent. Okay, it's their turn now. Ember is on deck.
Right. So Gavin, we'll start with the one on you.
Sure.
It is going to go reckless. Not that it helped on that roll. Crap. 17, I doubt, hits you.
Nope.
But a 25 will.
Sure does. He
imagine.
immediately takes 20 points of cold damage.
We'll get to that in a second. And then does a 20 hit you?
Yes, a 20 hits me.
Okay. So first, so it just kind of pounds you with its fists. So it'll be 9 damage and then 9 damage again.
Okay.
And then you said it did 20 cold damage?
20 cold damage.
On both hits or just the first one?
Both, so total of 40.
Okay, it's still up. It does not seem to. I mean, the cold has some effect. Like it's not, but again, it seems fairly resilient. Like it doesn't. It's not shattering them into little ice people. The one on Barca is also going to go reckless because why not? Wow, that is a horseshit roll. Does an 18 hit Barca?
Yes, 18 hits Barca.
And that is the only one that hits Barca because I rolled single digits for all the other ones. So Barca will take 11 piercing damage, which then halved will be 5.
Yep. I'll take care of the halving if you just want to give me the damage.
That's fair. And that is it for the Balguras, as they are angry and bitey, pummely bad guys.
Excellent. Ember is up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hi. And I still can't get... Can I get both of them in a sphere or no? Without hitting anybody.
Without hitting other people, I'd say no.
Okay. Then I will...
Unless you're only targeting one of them. But I realize that.
No, this is... I'm trying to hit both of them with one spell versus doing the individual hits on Eldritch Blast.
I get you.
Because I would most likely get more damage the other way, but meh. Anyway, so I'm going to go after the one that is on... Wait, Gavin still has his in front of him?
Yep, Gavin's got a pretty injured one. I mean, both of the Balguras are pretty injured.
Yeah, so I'll go after the one on Gavin first.
Okay.
So the first one is going to be an 18 to hit.
That will hit.
And then it is going to be 10 force damage on that and 7 fire damage on that. Because I remembered.
Okay. It is still up.
Okay, so the second Eldritch Blast. 14 to hit.
No, that will just miss.
Okay. Third one at it. Ooh, 26 will hit.
Yeah, that will hit.
So that's going to be 7 on the regular Eldritch Blast. Force damage. And then 4 fire.
And it drops.
Screw you, dude. Actually, I'm going to look over at the other injured one.
Okay.
And for my bonus action, I'm going to use undeniable logic on it. And I'm going to tell it should really die too.
And that's
it really, really should.
And what kind of saving throw is that?
It's a 15 intelligence.
Yeah, so it got a 9.
Oh my god. So...
Please kill him.
Oh shoot! It's only 1 psychic damage. Oh, I hurt its feelings.
Like it's sitting there all kind of like rage demoning, so you can't really tell, but for those that have an extremely high perception, just a single little tear. Single little sulfurous tear.
I feel bad about me.
Are you doing anything else, Ember?
Other than messaging Zaya through the link going help 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 help.
So Amaya.
Yes.
I will assume Zaya lets you know when Rhiannon and Ember are that help is needed. Nikali is willing to do a fly spell on you.
Well, how far up is Zaya from the ground right now? I mean, I imagine we're probably fairly close to the ground, kind of trying to stay.
You are, but admittedly, a lot of the buildings are like these obsidian shards sticking out. So I'd say you're maybe about we'll call it 60 feet up.
All right. And how much is falling damage for every 10 feet?
It's a d6 for 10 feet.
Yeah, I think it's a d6 for 10 feet.
So 66.
Cool. As a monk, I can reuse my reaction when I fall to reduce any falling damage by 55. So Amaya is just gonna save the spell slot, drop off of Zaya, and fucking superhero landing.
3-point landing.
Oh my god! I just see her walking to the edge, just saying that, and just free falling off the edge.
So 23 damage. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. And then with any, round time or movement speed that Amaya has left, she's just going to start running towards the entrance of the building where they all went.
All right. So I'm going to say roll me a Foresighter.
That is a 1.
Okay. So it will take you 1 round of movement before you can join the battle.
Okay. One full round of movement,
monk.
move, dash.
Right, like a move and a dash, basically.
Okay.
Like a monk.
Go ahead and roll initiative and add yourself, and we can add yourself into the initiative.
Oof. That's 6 with a +4.
You like trip over Ember.
So here's the deal. You do the superhero landing, and you stop, and you see like a couple of the lizard folk people just kind of step back away from you, and you're like, not going to show the pain, not going to show the pain, as your knee is just throbbing in agony. Not going to show the pain, not going to show the pain, as you just kind of confidently stand up and then start making your way in. It's like, not going to show the pain, but then like you get out of sight and you're like, fuck me, the pain! And so it catches you a little off guard, so you're a little slower on the draw for a moment, but it's all good.
It's just when I happen to get there in the initiative order that, everybody's gone again, and that's when Amaya happens to show up. It's just
otherwise it's just the bottom of the round, yes?
It is the bottom of the round, yes.
Okay, so that tick, 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 as they continue doing their thing.
That is about right. I get startled because Amaya shows up all of a sudden.
Right.
So who's already rolled,
Adam rolled a d4 already. Do you need
who
one?
Who rolled the Shadow Demons one, or did I roll that one?
You rolled that
Me.
one. Oh, Ember rolled that one.
And then Gavin rolled
I haven't rolled yet, so you want me to roll?
So Rhiannon, I would like you to tell me, pick even or odd.
Oh boy.
Even is
And
good
then
for
roll.
us. Okay. It's a 1. I'm real sorry, guys.
Okay.
We're all gonna die. And it's
You realize that
It's
thing is
fine.
now coming out. Yeah.
This is fine.
It's totally
You
fine.
see these.
This was not our fight.
Horrible,
Like we shouldn't have even been here.
over large, looks like like crab-like pincers grab the edges of the portal and actually seem to stretch it back out a bit, as you see these horrific four-armed creatures with the top much larger arms having these ginormous pincery appendages, and a couple of smaller, almost human-sized arms kind of underneath of this demonic entity. And I would say go ahead and make an Arcana roll if you'd...
Is this birth? Ew.
24.
22 for Rhiannon.
24 for Gavin.
You recognize them as Glabrezoos.
The Lothario Bard says hard pass.
And there are 2 of them that spill out.
Cool.
Oh God, twins, no.
Do I know
No.
anything about Gazoon Tights?
Much like the Balguras, and they're hardy and fairly resilient to things.
To life.
That's about all I can really say on that.
Cool.
But I am gonna need.
Okay.
So yeah. And that is it for the bottom of the round. So then I believe it is the top of the round.
Yeah, with Gavin. Rhiannon is on deck. Ugh, what did I do to us?
I mean, you rolled the dice that any one of us could have rolled.
We're gonna need Nikali and the emergency bag.
It's fine. Everything's fine. How are you?
The emergency bag combination.
You know, that fucking that Balgura next to me needs to die before I can do much of anything else, so I'm gonna take care of that.
Pretty much.
21 to hit it.
That will hit.
17 to hit it.
For the Bulgura, yes, that will hit as well.
Okay. Words are hard. Math is hard.
Well, and the Bulgur, the Glabrezu, one of the Glabrezus is probably in front of you. The other Bulgur is actually on Barca.
Oh, that's right, because the one that was in front of me died. So yeah, no, I'm just going to engage with the Glabrezu.
Okay.
So would a 17 hit the Glabrezu?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hit it twice. That's something. Oh, nice. Almost a ghetto crit. 14 and 16.
I like easy math.
Respectively. 30 total.
I like easy math.
Oh, and that Bulgura died, which means because he was the target of my hex. Sorry, quick accounting for me. Hexblade's Curse, there we go. I regain 13 hit points when it dies.
Okay.
Excellent. So bonus action, I'm going to move my hex to the... Can I move my hex? Or does it end when it dies? Nope, it ends when it... Oh, when I die. Oh, the target dies. So yeah, the hex is over. All right, I'm good. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the end of my turn. No,
Alrighty.
I am going to take a bonus action to sack a spell slot, a first level spell slot, to regain sorcery point.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay, that makes it Rhiannon's turn with Barca on deck. Rhiannon is just gonna kind of look at it and definitely an oh shit moment. Cause that's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I wanted to run into.
You're welcome. It's fine. I am gonna, the guiding bolt just seems to be working so well for me. Why mess with a good thing?
Don't fix what's not broke.
It's not broke. But these guys are scary with pincers and arms, so we're gonna cast it at a higher level. How many sorcery points do I have left? I have 5 sorcery points left. So we're gonna go ahead and cast it at.
We don't know. We don't know the resistance to it.
We're gonna cast it at 4th level.
Oh.
And twin it so I can hit both of them.
Okay.
This is fine.
And just to verify, for Guiding Bolt, they're attack rolls, right?
They are attack rolls. They are not
Okay.
saving throws. So for the first one, it is a 23 to hit, because I can math.
That will hit.
Okay, and then the second one is a 24 to hit, so that'll hit. Okay. Oh, that's a nice damage roll right there. 10, 20, 28, 30 points of damage on the first one.
Nice.
That's also a nice damage roll right there. Okay. 10, 20, 29 points on the second one.
Nice.
Yeah, not And the next attack against each of them will be with advantage.
Okay. The one on Gavin is looking pretty savaged. They're both looking damaged and angry. Damaged and angry.
Yeah. And like Rhiannon just kind of looks like sort of abashedly over at Ember, who's probably cursing her name for like bringing them into this, and I'm just like, oops.
Just
That's the end of Rhiannon's turn. It's fine. Barca is up with Coglin on deck.
So Barca still does have a damaged Balgura.
Barca is going to attempt to finish off this Balgura. So he's going to swing away. This time he is going to be using the Great Weapon Master feat.
Okay.
He is going to recklessly attack.
Okay.
get it.
21 for the first attack.
That will hit.
Sure hope so. 22 points of damage.
Okay, sadly the bugger is still up.
And he's going to attempt to finish it off by swinging again. Again, still recklessly. 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
Whew, all right. 11 plus 15 is 26 points of damage.
The Balgura dies.
Oh, thank God. He's going to then move up to the nearest Glabrezu, and roar in its face.
Okay.
You fight me now!
Like you do.
That's what I got.
You're the Barkinator.
Quick question. Did you roll initiative for the Glabrezu? Because I don't have them.
I mean, we've been.
That's a good point. They actually
Have
got
they?
a 20.
Okay, they would have gone before Barca then.
That's all right. We'll go ahead and put them after Barca then. We'll just...
Okay. Then it is them up and then Coglin.
So the first Glabrezu is going to attack the fucking dragon that is ginormous and scary looking. Oh, that's a...
I'm okay with that. I hate to say it, but I'm okay with that.
So 32, 48, 57 damage.
In one hit?
No, starts tearing into Coglin with its
Okay.
pincers and its fists.
Okay, God.
And you hear Coglin kind of roar out in pain. The other one does not like what's going on there, and so is going to do a pincer attack on Gavin.
Great.
Wow.
I mean, great.
A 14, so
That's a
misses.
hard no.
A 21 for Barca.
Yes, that'll hit Barca. I will remind you, you're at advantage to hit him right now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, didn't crit. So Barca will take 16 bludgeoning and is grappled.
Barca not like this.
And then you notice so it kind of goes out with its pincers and kind of clap towards you guys, But as you notice, it's looking at you, Rhiannon, and you see the two smaller arms start to twirl about, and it casts a spell on you.
Oh, we don't
No.
like that.
Glabbers are
And
fucking
I need you to make a
beasts.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god, I
um,
need to be able to counterspell so bad.
Cool. I'm decent at con saves. A 19?
Okay.
Not bad.
And I apologize. When I said its arms were twisting, it actually kind of shouts at you.
Oh, great. This is fine.
Shouts in what?
In some sort of magical, actually shouts in some sort of horrific, like nails grating against a chalkboard like language, which if anyone speaks Abyssal,
Nope.
you recognize as that, which I don't think I mean. And you
Sadly,
feel
no.
a wave of energy kind of pulsate out towards you, Rhiannon, in your head, and kind of like just for a moment it almost is going to stagger you, but you, this ain't your first rodeo. You've been through this shit before, so you managed to roll it off. The kind of the combination of your training, pluckiness, and just goddamn stubbornness, and so the power word stun does not affect you.
I
All right.
apologize. This is not my character. When the Glabrazu attacked Gavin, Barca would have gotten an attack with his Sentinel feat.
Yep, then Barca can attack.
Does the Reckless and Great Weapon Master still apply this at this point too?
I don't think so.
Considering that was what he was doing on his turn?
Well, let's take a quick look, because honestly, I don't know if it would apply for a reaction. But that is
I'm not sure on that one.
That is a great ruling to look up, and I think it's worth looking that up. To
I agree.
be quite honest.
Because it's not like it's not going to come up again with Barca in the mix.
Well, Reckless. So Reckless allows you, it says, gives you advantage on melee weapon using strength during this turn, but attack rolls that have against you have advantage until your next turn.
So it's still this turn.
Yeah, but he already, but your turn is like your turn in the initiative order.
Fair enough. Okay, so probably not Reckless attack.
So I would say probably not Reckless as far as the advantage. However, I'm gonna say effectively you and he are probably kind of maneuvering in such a fashion to kind of flank this guy. So I would say for that reason you'd probably have advantage. So we'll call it good for that.
Okay.
The Reckless will still affect Barca getting hit until the start of his next turn, but
Is this
Right.
the Glabrazu that he's attacking?
Yes.
He has
Oh.
advantage because I did Guiding Bolt.
that's right. Well, but have any of them hit him since you went?
I don't think anybody's. I just went a couple rounds, like right before Barca.
Yeah. No, Rhiannon went after Gavin, who did hit it,
Mhm.
but Rhiannon went afterward.
She's after Gavin. So yeah, then you're...
That's good. There, that's a better roll. 21 to hit it.
Yes, that will hit.
Do we know if the Great Weapon Master still carries over?
I believe it would.
I mean, I was just considering like power attack, and it's one of those
Well,
things.
you can- Well, you can pick for each attack whether or not you're
Right.
applying it.
True. Well, if it do, then that's 22
I
points
believe
of
for
damage.
great. If you're doing the -5 to
which you
add
did.
the +10, I believe you can pick with each attack whether or not you're using it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, he chose to do it. That is a 22 points of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's something that you would have declared beforehand because that subtracts off of the to hit.
which is why it's good that I had advantage on that attack.
Did it?
You're welcome.
Okay, that's
that
it. I'm
was
good.
the Glabrezus after Barca.
Coglin is up.
Right. Well, luckily, the first attack has advantage. Really, Coglin? Really? Has advantage, but rolled a 2 and a 1 on the die. Although, yeah, that still hits. Okay.
You do love your books, don't you, man?
And a crit and a crit. Okay, so that'd be 21 plus 20, 34, so that's 55, 62. Yeah, so with your with the help of your guiding bolt for the first attack and getting a crit on one of the claw attacks, 62. Coglin tears huge chunks of demonic flesh out of its torso. It's still up, but admittedly, that round it definitely had got beasted pretty badly, like the one you guys are dogpiling. That is Coglin's turn. Who's next?
It would be Amaya, but I think Amaya's running right now.
So Amaya will spend this turn running. So effectively, at the end of this turn of doing your run and dash, you are in the chamber.
Would I be able to get an action if I spent a key point to dash as a bonus action?
Oh, good point.
Step of the wind.
Key points.
Sure.
Yes. All right. Key point there.
Amaya comes in like the terrifying whirl of fury she fucking is.
And you see basically the whole fight going on as you see really everything that you're seeing, basically.
I see the blur of Amaya and I go, oh, thank fuck!
Okay. Is there a point that I could center a 20-foot radius sphere that would hit one or more of the Glabrezus, but not any of our allies?
No. I've tried that.
How far away have I been able to get from the Glabrezus? Like, am I 20, 30, 50, 70?
Assuming you were only moving and dashing, I'm gonna say you're about.
Which a move and a dash for Amaya is 100 feet.
I would say you're about 30 feet away.
Perfect.
So you're actually probably running up and are standing relatively close to where Rhiannon and Ember are.
Perfect. If I'm within 30 feet, I can Radiant Sunbolt them. So I'm going to throw 2 bolts at whichever one looks more hurt.
They both are looking pretty savaged.
Okay. Then first attack roll is a 23 to hit.
That will hit.
And it will take 9 points of radiant damage.
Are you attacking the one that's on Coglin or the one that's fighting Gavin and Barca?
We'll go with the one on Gavin and Barca. I want them to live more.
And how much damage is it?
9 points of radiant.
Okay.
Second attack roll is a 17 to hit.
That will hit.
Beautiful. Then it will take an additional 11 points of radiant damage.
Nice. Easy math. I like that. It is still up, but it is very much injured.
And that is all Amaya is able to do with her actions.
Okay.
All right. After Amaya, it is Ember, and then the bottom of the round.
Hey, jazz hands. So I am going to Eldritch Blast. The one right after Amaya.
Okay.
Because I'd rather follow someone's lead. Because none of them are glowing, yeah?
Not anymore, no.
Yeah. Okay, so 14 to hit? Doesn't?
Unfortunately, a 14 will miss.
Okay, that's first. Oh, nope. Wrong button. Oh, god dang. That's an 11. No. Oh my gosh. No. All three. I was just so happy.
Okay.
Never mind. I'm done.
And then I believe that's the end of
Bottom
the round.
of the round, yeah.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So, with the shamans, the portal does, like, after some of these things spit out, the portal does keep shrinking as they keep working their magics and casting furiously. All of a sudden, there is this horrible, screeching tear like tearing metal, like screeching metal, for lack of a better term, combined with the most horrible parts of nails on a chalkboard. And you see a similar in size to some of these, the Glabrazus and even the Balguras. You see this horrific, tusked, clawed creature with kind of sagging breasts, for lack of a better term, and small, horrible, shrunken, like feathery wings, and these huge array of tusks and horns coming off of its chin, in a amalgamation of the most horrible aspects of what you would say would be like a orc or a pig and a demon. As this creature is able to pull itself out, and actually, I think because we are getting on a little bit, I think that's probably a good spot to give it on a little bit of a cliffhanger.
Can we at least Arcana roll to see what the fuck this is?
You sure can.
Arcana? Oh, jeez. It's not
So
gonna
that I
be good.
can, panic later. 14 plus 7. 21.
22.
Ooh, nat 20
13.
for 22.
Nice.
You all recognize it as a Nalfejni demon.
That means what?
Sure, if that means anything.
It means Brian is a
Horrible.
bad man.
A horrible, evil demon. Well, let me tell you what. Let's do this. The
Nesh. A
Nalfeshni.
what? Nefesh?
Nalfeshni.
Nalfeshni. They are one of the most grotesque demons. Corpulent mockery of ape and boar. Standing twice the height of a human, with feathered wings that seem, again, too small for its bloated body. They feed on hatred and despair, and crave humanoid flesh above all else. Yeah, they're fairly horrible. They're pretty awful.
It's just the one?
It's just the one.
That's
Okay.
enough.
I'm I am just clarifying.
And with that, we will end it here on this lovely little cliffhanger because that seems like fun. So I want to say thank you all for joining us in this endeavor. We hope you had fun. I know I did.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We will be back to a regular streaming schedule going forward. This was our kind of debut back after a while. We've run a couple of reruns, and I've done a couple of just live streams during the course of the day, but this is our official return, live streaming games again.
Hey.
This week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I will be streaming just a chatting, building characters, what have you, from 10 to 11 Central Time, those days of the week. And then Saturday, I will be releasing our most recently recorded episode of Gravendale. And then going forward with that, we will be live as well. And that will fill the slot that Saul's Rest used to fill, which is going to be every other Saturday, starting at 1 until 5 or 6, depending on whatever. And this will be back in its normal time slot, which is starting today, every 2 weeks. So, other than that, go follow Seven Tail Fox. That's Amaya here, played by Kit.
Nice greetings down there.
Yep. He does some... Actually, on the stream, he's that way.
He's that way.
But he does well. Kit, you tell it.
I am Kit, the Seven-Tail Fox. Tail is Tale, like a story, because that's what we like to collect. We play all kinds of games on stream, some that have story that they want to tell us, some where we make our story ourselves, like in Wobble Dogs, which we've been streaming a bit lately. If you've never heard of Wobble Dogs,
No.
you may not want to Google it. It'll give you nightmares, but if you don't worry about nightmares, feel free to come watch us play Wobble Dogs. We got some VODs. It's been a lot of fun.
Just don't.
I mean, you realize I now have to go look this up because I need
Oh,
fun
it's
Make sure you
for
have
awareness.
Make sure you have a drink.
It wouldn't hurt. But we like to have fun, play cool stuff on the stream. So feel free to drop by, join us, share a story. We'd love to have you.
Also, if you haven't already, go check out our friend Nick at Epic Realms. On Twitch, he is epic_realms. He just did a huge Game Master workshop with names like Ed Greenwood, Chris Jackson, and Eric Scott DeBee. It is available on his VOD currently. It was an excellent show. And he'll actually be joining me tomorrow for my stream on Monday, just to kind of fuck around and chat and whatever. And this may become a thing. This may become a semi-regular thing. He can't do every Monday, but he can do every other Monday. So we're going to see if this can be something we can consistently do. So thank you all for watching. I'm done shilling. We love you all, and we will see you, some of you tomorrow, but I'll see you all in a couple of weeks. Bye!
Bye.